I'm on that shit. I'm on that doctor recommended shit. You know how when you go to a doctor and you're like, "Doctor, I have a persistent cough. What do I do?" The doctor says, "Well, obviously this is a respiratory issue that must be taken seriously. I'm going to take one of these and call me in the morning." The these in question? Well, of course. Cleaning up a bunch of mildew in an unventilated room. Oh my god. And my back. The doctors do not say that if you're a woman. Misandry. You're back, you're back. It's not a back thing, it's a my chest thing. Jesus, how old are you, boomer? My back hurts. You are 17 years old. You are 5 years away from posting memes on Instagram about how the day of your 21st birthday, oh, when you get out of bed. You're not long, okay? Oh my fucking god. Bro probably sits like a shrimp. No, I sit in a high quality ergo chair. I was working on, man, the bathroom. Listen, okay? Are they in chat? Hold on. Okay, they're not in chat. Our bathroom has a bit of a, like, needs recalking, and the paint needs some primer reapplication, and it takes a while to do, and I said I would have it done by the time they got back. I don't know if they remember me saying that I was going to do that, but I did a little bit of work, and the problem was a lot worse than I thought it was. Fucking melted a hole in the wall. So now I have to, like, double time it. Sounds like your landlord's job, not yours. Buddy, the landlord's the reason why I'm in this place. I was taking off the caulk around the tub. You know what I saw? A double layer, and the outer layer wasn't fucking waterproof. They fucking landlord classic that shit, and the outer layer was not for bathrooms. It's insane. I'm handling this myself. Fuck. I have my lights on. You should buy a house. Yeah, yeah. Ugh. Helldiver devs decided to optimize the game, reduce their install size from 154 gigs to 23 gigs. Fuck, did they have the Yandere sim dev on the team? Were they using like 8K textures for the particles that spray out of your gun every time you fire? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. I'm like just barely here, man. Just barely. I'm just thinking about the work I have to get back to. I'm refinishing the tub. All right. Now maybe to some individuals that wouldn't be a big deal, but to me, that's a step. Oh yeah. How long will stream be then? Don't jinx it. Important news, Raccoon's drunk. They're so delightful. Easily one of the most ensouled species. Okay, but is it a tub or is it a tub shower? Buddy, what the fuck kind of income do you think I have? You think I live in an apartment that has a non-shower tub? Implying that the bathroom has a tub and a separate shower? Holy shit. No, when I'm brushing my teeth in the morning, my right calf is brushed up against the toilet lid, okay? Don't mistake. White House versus Sabrina Carpenter. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, pretty much what I expected. Damn! 2/3 of a million likes? That's pretty good. The MAGA movement has really overstayed its welcome. The cultural capital is gone. I feel like the MAGA movement is going to feel, it's going to be a lot like the crypto coins that get rug pulled, or like the NFTs, where people are going to be annoying well after the bubble is popped, but they're all going to be holding the bag in an empty room. It's going to be like years and years and years of white women doing blackface for Halloween and then getting really upset when they get fired from their job and ostracized from all public life. And they like appeal to, I don't know, Fox News or Jack Posobiec or whatever, but it's just dead silence because there's just a lot of them, you know? Like no one cares anymore. Does that make sense? There's gonna lots and lots and lots of people who don't realize that the party's over, the train has moved to the next station, and now they just look like fucking idiots. There was a brief window of time, and that window of time was it was like November 2024 to, I would argue, April 2025, where you could be like a white graduate student and say the N-word in class, and everyone would just look at you nervously because they didn't know whether or not you had like a connection to the White House that you would weaponize against them. They didn't want to get blacklisted, but that was it. After that, to your point, the White House had the most unhinged response to her. I don't know if this is real. Oh, I mean, this is from Herb Schreibner, so. Abigail Jackson sent me a statement of Carpenter's comment. Here's a short and sweet message for Sabrina Carpenter. We won't apologize for deporting dangerous, criminal, illegal murderers, rapists, and pedophiles from our country. Anyone who defends these sick monsters must be stupid, or is it slow? So lame. So fucking lame. This is like Trump beefing with Taylor Swift. There are cultural forces that you can't. Man, I wish more celebrities had a spine. Everyone knows that most of the people in Hollywood despise Trump and the MAGA movement because, actors are artists. They might be pompous, like self-important artists, but they're still artists, and they despise, for boorishness of the Trump admin. But like, listen, everyone hates these guys. Okay? Like, everyone in the White House, everyone in the administration is insufferable. They're incredibly unlikable. That's the reason why their coalition, like their social glue, only holds together when they're doing this performative, like, day in, day out, here's a triumph, here's a victory thing. Like, the social glue around Sabrina Carpenter does not depend on her aura farming every day on Twitter. She doesn't need to sustain like 17 different cultural moments at once for people to continue to like her. The White House is aware of the fact that the only way they can keep any momentum going is with this constant, abrasive, outlandish, just unlikable bored. You understand what I mean, right? They've always been unlikable, but this is like another step. You're gonna get in a fight with Sabrina Carpenter? What are you fucking doing? What do you do? Like, what are you looking to accomplish from this? I said a while ago, like the MAGA movement has long since stopped trying to reach out to new people, but like this is especially fucking dumb. Why would you? The especially funny thing is that they are committed not to reaching out to new people, but rather consolidating the existing movement, because the one time they did delete one of their posts that used another content creator's work, it was from Theo Vaughn. They used the Theo Vaughn clip in a Homeland Security video about how we need to kill more brown people or whatever. And Theo Vaughn was like, yo, this is kind of fucked up. And the Department of Homeland Security deleted that post because they're like, oh shit, Theo Vaughn, fuck. we're like retards are a big part of our constituency. We need to pull out fast. But with Sabrina Carpenter, I guess they're like, nah, who cares? Who listens to that dumb bitch anyway? Fucking cunt. And it's like, oh, I don't know, probably like a billion people or something. It's Sabrina Carpenter. Even I know who she is. It's crazy. She's so pretty. Wait, I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. Is Sabrina Carpenter is the one whose bit is like, men are disgusting, but I love cock. Yum yum. Is that, yeah, more or less? Okay. All right, that's cool. She's so real for that. Yeah, no, for yeah, 100%. I respect the yeah. It's a bit she'll grow out of it. I don't know. It's isn't that just like isn't that just real life though? So girl cock? No, that's the fucked up thing and the proof that sexuality isn't at least entirely a choice. There are straight women out there who are like this. They're like, man, fuck men. But I love yummy man dick. That's a lot. There's probably like 3 billion humans on Earth that are like that. It's really common. We're rooting for them. We're rooting for them. Does it work the other way around? Where guys are like, I love fucking women, but I hate women? Yeah, but it's not as funny that way. The dynamic is totally different in that direction. That's where you get like serial killers. You don't have the opposite. Sabrina Carpenter is not repping a gigantic audience of women who represent like a serious social threat to the well-being of men, but also who use them for sex. But the reverse like is a problem. So you know, it's that I listen. You can say I love fucking women, but who boy they do be shopping. You can do that bit. You just need to know what you're doing. You cannot play that bit carelessly. You need to have a laser sharp focus. You need to be like Mamdani on that. All right. You need to have a strong understanding of what it is you're trying to say and how you appeal to people. People do need to realize you don't actually mean it. Well, they do be shopping though. You probably know her from her last album cover, which pissed some feminists off. Yeah, I remember this. Didn't It's funny because like there's nothing wrong with this cover because conservatives didn't go wild over it, right? Like when this cover came out, the cons weren't like, yes, women are returning to their natural place as sexually submissive housewives. They were just like, yeah, I don't know, Sabrina Carpenter's for women and gays or something. Yeah, they didn't do the Sydney Sweeney bit with her, which I think makes it confirms that this is actually liberating. Good for her. Do you mask up IRL like Taylor Lorenz? She might be on a semi-cute. It's not that I keep getting sick. I get sick very infrequently. It's that I have a persistent cough that lingers. You know my costo, the chest injury? I got that because I got a cold once at like 20 that I coughed after for 18 months. And the cough was so bad and so frequent that it injured my sternum. There wasn't the cough did not like the cold did not last 18 months. The cold lasted 4 days. The problem is the cough's like a self-fulfilling cycle. It's gotten better though since I started understanding like changes to your diet can help a lot. When I lost weight, it got a lot better. Which kind of makes me wish I had lost that weight like earlier, like if I lost that weight before I got the costochondritis, because then I probably wouldn't have eaten. With mold in your molds, how do you know for certain? I think it's mildew, not mold. But also it's just one spot in the bathroom. But I got all the tools, okay? I've got the I'm not using spackle. I'm using drywall fill. That's how you know I'm serious with this one. We're not spackling this shit, okay? We're going to do it just like the pros on YouTube, all right? Spackle, fill with the scraper, sand down, fill again, sand down, primer, paint. We're going to do the full... Yeah, we're doing the full, like, handyman routine here. We're doing that shit landlords fear. Bleach that shit first. Already on it, brother. Already vinegar, bleach. I got it in the room right there. Doors sealed. Fans on, dehumidifiers on, heater on. You know? We're taking it serious. I am YouTube Academying that shit. Why are you dealing with the mildew? Shouldn't your landlord be taking care of it? The landlord is the reason there is mildew! You can't... Listen, if I wanted to have a guy go in there and apply a thick, generous helping of white paint all over everything that's already there, then I could do that myself for like $5 in 5 minutes, you know? When you move out, make sure to pour concrete down your drain. I'll keep your argument in mind. Why are we still looking at this? She is very pretty. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, we were making a point here, which was that like the momentum is just fucking gone. I don't know. My fiance is obsessed with Sabrina Carpenter. I feel like people relate to it more, you know? A lot more than like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift's more popular, but Taylor Swift's kind of like messy, you know, I love men, here's the drama, the heart of the breakup. I feel like, you know, what a lot of women want to hear is like men are pigs, but also, hit me with a rock. Women love that shit. Being hit with a rock, I mean. And also men. Most women. I know lesbians are overrepresented in the internet communities that we all take part in, but like most women like men. Thank God for me, you know. My odds are already fucked because 90% of the time when I think a chick is cute, she turns out to be lesbian. So, you know, you can extrapolate whatever you want from that about me, but you know, it's a consistent pattern. So the fact that the majority of women do like men is the only thing saving me in like a long-term demographic sense. That happens to me too. Yeah, it's just, you know, like a lot of the women, they just have good taste, right? If you're a lady and you have good taste, you have good reason to be put off by men. I understand it. A nice funny revolution. I had this problem. You'll notice the dot is no longer blue. I appreciate what you're saying, but just understand the text of your recommendation here is that I should pretend to transition to trick lesbian women into having sex with me. And I'm sorry, I'm too woke for that, okay? I understand you're advocating duplicity, and what I'm saying to you is that I'm an authentic, homegrown, corn-fed American boy. And, you know, frankly, I'm not interested in being anything else. It was a bit, I'm sorry. It's too late. We've already hit you with the secret rapist tag on VGG. You can't see it. I can see it, though. It's about 256 by 256 pixels. It takes over it's like half the width of the window on my second monitor. And every time you type something, it scrolls up. Thana, you can see it too, right? Your moms can see it. Yeah, everyone can see it, but it's very noticeable. Are there actually secret tags? Yeah, but I don't know what they are or what they do, and I never see them. I think there are. It's like a chud tag? I don't know. Now I want one. Yeah, no, I don't fucking know. All right, sorry. It's funny though, right? Oh, hold on. Let me actually open up the article. I'm pretty sure I already have the enter your email address. Yeah. Okay, the article actually has no new or useful information. Dude, they are going to lose their fucking minds at the Super Bowl. There is no way Bad Bunny isn't going to take a shit on stage. Spread the cheeks, you know? Bad Bunny will save us from Trump. What I'm actually hoping for is that Bad Bunny is like the final nail in the coffin for Latin support for Trump. You know, Bad Bunny's going to do something based, and Trump's going to fucking rage out over it. And I'm hoping this ends up like solidifying the cultural divide in a way that can't be compensated for later. I hope he and his boyfriend fuck on stage. Is Bad Bunny gay or bi? I don't actually know. I'm not. I don't know if you're doing a bit. I think he's bi. Think bi. Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope he fucks his boyfriend on stage. He says he's open to the idea. Okay. Okay, but Cubans support Trump. Yeah, but they need to be repatriated. We need to do Bay of Pigs too. Electric Boogaloo. It's time. What have they contributed? Genuine question. What have Cubans contributed to American culture? That's what I thought. Mexicans, fucking Puerto Ricans in New York, Mexicans in the entire Southwest. There are so many Latin American groups that have built this country up. We stand on the shoulders of giants. And then there are the Cubans. A chud, every single one of them. Miami? Yeah, well, I've never been there, so who cares? Cigars? That wasn't made by Cuban Americans. The cigars are from Cuba, which is why they're hard to get, allegedly. I haven't tried. Are Cuban sandwiches actually from Cuba? Or do they just get that name? Almost certainly not. Okay. Cuban cigars are overrated. Aren't cigars over? The only time I ever see people smoke cigars is if they're doing some performative masculinity Andrew Tate bullshit. I have never in my life seen a person take a cigar. I know they're more expensive, but there are people who have money. Like, if people liked cigars, I feel like they would drink. I've seen people, like, not everyone who drinks whiskey is doing it performatively, right? Some people like whiskey. I've never seen a person smoke a cigar because they're like, oh yeah, I just like it. I prefer it to cigarettes. I've never seen that. Old people do? I've never seen an old person smoke a cigar. Hey, we in the gay Leatherman community love cigars. We don't do that tape BS. Oh, yeah. You in the gay Leatherman community never do performative masculinity? Are you listening to yourself right now? Are you fucking kidding me? I've been in the leather bars, buddy, okay? You're not hiding that shit from me. I know you're all walking around with a rod up your ass, maybe. Shoulders back, chest forward. Everyone's trying to impress the bears, which I don't technically count as anymore because I haven't worked out enough recently. There was a window of time during which I could have walked into a fine leather establishment. Well, for one, I guess I actually do have a lot of leather now, like in general, in my wardrobe. So maybe I could go in and just get brownie points for that. But there was a time where I fit the body type, like the archetype. But now I'm washed. Lamau, the leather community is like the pinnacle of performative masculinity. Yeah, but at least they know they're doing it. Tate would never say that he was being performatively masculine. He would just say, "No, I'm just like that. Yeah, I'm just like this based or whatever." But in the this is the it's why like it's really pathetic when you see conservative couples like a man and a woman where they're doing this like really over the top trad wife, I follow the captain, my husband's orders are my life thing, and it's like you're just doing kink. Like, you are doing a sub-dom dynamic, not even a particularly crazy one, I might add. You're just not self-aware enough to know it. Like, you're getting off on it. You're literally point by point following that. It's kink posting, but you're not aware of it, or you're like getting off on pretending that it's not, which is weird. I don't respect it. In the leather community, they're like, yes, I'm a manly man. Look at my leather. It's okay. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're the experts. They're also like the only people left wearing leather. Hey, if I went into a leather bar these days, is everyone wearing plastic now? Because real leather is expensive. I guess you can thrift it because leather lasts forever. Are they wearing real leather in this economy? Yeah, I guess. I mean, people have fursuits. Gay people make more money than straight people. Gay polyester daddies. That's cool. Whatever. Why is leather less common? We kill 500,000 cows a minute. Because tanning leather takes a lot of time. Like, actually producing leather is a very intensive process, you know? Um, so, like, the vast majority of cows that are killed, their shit is not turned into leather, you know? Probably vegan leather. Vegan leather is just plastic. I don't think you should buy any variety of vegan leather, in my opinion. Because that shit degrades. It just you've only got so many wears, and then the exterior like crinkles and falls apart, and it looks really bad. And there's no way to solve that or fix that. It's just an inevitable product of the nature of the materials. You know, that's true, Thanos. Probably genuine leather, which is a mix of plastic and real leather. Yeah, I mean it holds together better. What's the point of leather? It has zero insulation. I don't even think it looks good. If you don't think leather looks good, then I don't really know what to do with you, I guess, as a person. It is true that leather provides like no insulation, though. That is true. I got a thick fucking cowhide trucker jacket, and I wore that out when it was like 56 degrees, and it felt like I was wearing the t-shirt underneath. The t-shirt was providing more. It's because if you think about it, like leather is literally just skin. So all you're really doing is making your skin thicker. There's no insulative properties to skin. I mean, I guess there's insulative properties to everything, but you know, it not really though. Like cotton holds on to warmth because there's air space between the fibers, but you don't get that from leather. There's only so much like dampening you can get. It provides protection from slashing and piercing damage. Yeah, that's true. I never understood how leather armor was a thing when I was like a kid because I was like, oh, in every video game leather armor, it's like, oh, it protects you a little bit. I didn't really get it until I actually felt a motorcycle jacket, and I was like, oh yeah, that would totally work. That would for sure. In fact, I'm not entirely sure if like a arrow would get through the like maybe on a very direct hit, but I feel like this is very, very sturdy. Vikings wore cloth, didn't they? Couldn't Vikings not do much with leather? Because their land was so ass they couldn't get like the grazing they needed or something. Like the real high quality consistent leather production is kind of like limited to areas where you can do lots and lots of animal husbandry, but up in the up in the north, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. Yeah, it was like fur, right? Well, yeah, they had fur. That's leather, isn't it? You have the fur, just you just don't shave the fur off the leather. It's still leather underneath, right? Yeah, hide. I brought a British RAF real leather jacket to market. It's very swag. What's your opinion? Oh yeah, it's a classic. Yeah, bomber jackets were leather. They look dope as hell. Yeah. Sorry, we got like way off track here. Um, way off track. Vikings wore mail, not fur. That's all ahistorical. Yeah, but that's like really gay and lame though. Dinosaurs had feathers. Wearing fur rocks. That's like so cool. Look, I understand why you wouldn't want horns in your helmet because that looks terrible, but having like a big fur pauldron cape thing is like objectively awesome. I think they would have done that. Oh, anyway. We were talking about Sabrina Carpenter being anti-Trump. Yeah, let me just mark the segment down. The editors will know when to finish it. What are your thoughts on Ivory? You probably shouldn't get that. I have no interest at all in Ivory as a concept, not in like a heritage way. It basically just seems like the point is being cruel. Leather has properties that you don't get from fake leather. With Ivory, it's like, what do people make with that piano key? I don't get it. Maybe if I was a huge piano nerd, I'd be like, you shouldn't try to get ivory because it's unethical. But vintage pianos made with ivory keys do sound better. But I'm not a piano nerd, so I don't really have an opinion on that. It does not matter to the sound of a piano. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So yeah, then I wouldn't. I'm doing pretty good without coughing. I want this leather from the Alley Chicago. Is this real leather? Care guide. 100% real leather classic style jacket. Hmm. I like it when they don't say. 100% real leather is kind of a red flag. You know, if it was full grain leather, they would say full grain. Does have YKK zippers, though. I don't know. Sorry. What makes some leather yellow? Is it artificially colored? All leather is artificially colored. Well, most of the time, leather is more or less this color. I mean, it depends on what cow you get it from. It's just the color of the cow, you know? Black leather's dyed black. Brown leather's dyed brown. Basically, all leather's dyed. Natural leather, like uncolored leather, pretty rare, you know, because usually it's this like white beigeish color that I've seen some wallets in it that look good, but for the most part, yeah, people go with the dye. That dye can stain, by the way. You want to be, you know, the process also often adds color. That's true as well. The tanning process on its own will do that. Yeah, kind of looks too much like skin. Oh, that's yeah. That it would look like that for sure. Yeah, here we go. This is undyed leather. I think it can look good, but people don't tend to wear it for outfits because, well, people don't tend to want like big flesh toned flesh jackets. You know. Well, anyway, sorry. All right. Ostrich leather bothers me so much. Yeah, same. Okay. We got links, we got jokes, we got funny bits. Oh, one last thing before we get to it. Want to see some shit I'm happy with? Check it out. I finally got back the photos from the wedding that I attended. My friend's wedding, not my wedding. I'm not married. Um, but I got that shit out. Pretty happy. Look at that. Film is so much nicer than digital. You get so much more like I don't know. The imperfections in film, I think, in many cases speak better to the way we actually perceive and feel things as opposed to digital. Though you can make those alterations in digital, you just need to know what you're doing. Um, why does the photo look like it's from 1982? Probably because of the technology it was shot with. This was a disposable camera. Cute though, right? I'll never forgive George Lucas for making the whole prequel trilogy in digital over film. Yeah. I respect Tarantino for this. I used to be like, move on with the times, old man. But it's actually like, no, there is real, man, it's like the fucking, it's the clothing thing over and over and over again. There is value in the older technology. And you run the risk of making everything look like a Marvel movie, right? You need people still like engaging with the old way of doing things. Man, I saw a clip of Wicked 2. I did not realize how awful that shit looked. I saw people making fun of the first one for having a limited color palette. Everything was so gray washed. Everything was so ugly. It was insane. The main witch lady wasn't even green. She was like a gray like a moss, like she wasn't even green. It was also desaturated. It was crazy. Are you sure you're not just colorblind? I'm pretty sure. I've seen other people complain about it. Are we really into the essential qualities of digital versus analog? What kind of hipster throwback is this? That's the crazy thing. I used to feel that way. But as I've gotten older, I've started to realize that a lot of the problems with the way things are made now ultimately just come down to corporate malfeasance and capitalism. But it's disguised as like a technological shift that if you don't get over, you're just like not with the times, old man. Like the shift from regular currency to crypto fundamentally is not like a technological shift. It's a shift in regulation and what people can or can't do to exploit one another. The shift from film to digital, from analog to digital film, right? Like technically you can do anything you want with a digital camera, but a lot of them don't, right? Like these cameras are set to capture such a wide range of colors so that you can then, after the fact, make these adjustments to tune in the color, but then they just don't do that because everything's done by committee. I guess the truth is limitations force us to make creative choices up front. In the same way that CGI allows us to make anything in a movie, but because of it, now all movies are shot on a green screen or a green set, and the actors are like interacting with each other in different rooms to a guy in a green suit with like baubles on his head. It's like, yeah, we've theoretically got the potential to do anything we want, but in reality, it's being used to produce stale sludge, right? Like tepid bullshit. And that's because when you no longer have any fundamental limitations on what you can produce, you open yourself up to indecision, design by committee, and everything turns bad. It's crazy. It is crazy watching a movie made before 2000 and seeing what a black point looks like in a shot. Go watch Terminator 1. Okay, seriously, go watch any movie from like the early 1990s and what, like, oh my God, the corner of that room isn't gray, it's black, like the way it would be in like a film. It looks like a movie. It doesn't look like a fucking Netflix show. That's crazy. True with movies and music too. Yeah, I'm sure it's true in like a bunch of ways. It's like the promise is you can do anything. The reality is we won't. And we're going to make everything sludge. We're going to reduce everything down to the lowest common denominator. That one clip of Ian McKellen from The Hobbit, where he's like crying because of how movies are made now. Yeah, that shit was super sad. Yeah, I'm not anti digital film. I'm just saying that in practice, the shift has led to a homogenization of tone, color palette, and the like that makes stuff look like dog shit. You have to it's like AI. You have to evaluate these technologies by the effect they have on the world and what they lead to, the way they interact with the pre-existing socio-political systems, not just like, well, in theory, what can they do? Well, in theory, lots of things can do lots of things. Um, would you say anime bucks this trend? Fuck no, dude. So much shit made back in like the 1980s looks better than stuff that came out today because it was before they could post-process the fuck out of everything. They had to do actual cell animation. That being said, I do think that anime is often because the productions are smaller in scope than like AAA box office Hollywood shit, right? There are more auteurs and there are people who use those post-production effects for good. Can we say that? Like, there are people making anime with modern tools and they make them look fucking stellar. For sure. 100%. Yeah. But I think if you're talking like default how they look, not ooh, creative auteur, whatever else, I would say anime looks better in the 80s than it does today. Just like regular run of the mill aired at 2 p.m in Japan in 1983, versus fucking Sword Art Online or whatever. Just like a normal show, mid-range, my anime list, whatever. Yeah, old Simpsons looked a lot better than current Simpsons. Sorry, weren't we supposed to do politics today? No? Oh. The writing was better in old Simpsons too. Whoa, slow down with those hot takes. Ranting. Wait, hold on. Boomer rant. Perfect. Which recent movie has had the best lighting and shadows in recent time, would you say? I don't know. That's pretty broad. And I don't watch a lot of movies, to be honest with you. Yeah, probably the Batman. Genuinely. The Batman had a really, really consistent style that was evident not only in the set design and the character design and all that business, but also in like the color grading, the decisions they made with dramatic lighting. Yeah, I would say probably. Definitely Nosferatu. Oh, fuck. I need to rewatch Nosferatu. I've seen the Batman 3 times. I need to rewatch Nosferatu. That movie fucking slapped. You seen Frankenstein yet? Nah. I haven't seen the Penguin Show. I still need to watch Nosferatu. Yeah, that was a good-ass movie. Sometimes I still think of that one scene and get a chub, you know? That was one of those rare scenes where I thought, how the hell do actors keep it together when they're not, when they're in the break room? Most of the time I don't get that way. That was a good one, though. They lock in. We're never going to get off this topic unless I just change the screen. I got to change the screen, look away from chat. Okay? We're not looking. We're not looking. What's a good result for us tonight? Shut the fuck up. Oh. What? Ah, fuck. Couldn't get that side. Devastating. It's over. Okay. Afton Bane. Speaking of Batman, Afton Bane. What are we on about? The watermark. The final election in the year of our Lord, 2025. What are we on about? Did she win yet? Polls close in an hour 17.
No, sir, it shouldn't, except it's a special election. You've got weather coming into Tennessee, and we don't, we get a half inch of snow, and it's shut the schools and raid the stores of milk and bread. And President Trump is exactly right. This is an indicator. Look, this lady was educated in Knoxville, Tennessee, my hometown. We need to wake up at what's going on. It's not these people moving in from California or New York or Chicago even. It's our own homegrown Marxists that we're bringing up. We've got to start paying attention to our base and what the heck's going on. And Matt is one of the best candidates I've ever seen. And you're correct, it does go from north to south in Tennessee. I've been in over 50 counties in the last year, and I've been all over his district. I've been back 3 different...
It definitely does not look good for their side if their guy is already preemptively making excuses for his loss. In it, what is, again, I have to remind you, as of 2024, a Trump plus 22 district.
Times to help him. Look, he is an exceptional candidate, but President Reagan said it best. He said, we're one generation from losing the republic. Brother, we're one vote series away from losing the republic. We lose 3 votes. We've already got people leaving, talking of others leaving. This is the proverbial...
They are really terrified, man. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? Fuck. It's not just this. Mike Johnson and Trump both were doing like last second fucking campaigning for their boy over in Tennessee 7. A bunch of like Fox News contributors and election analysts across the networks and the like, Republican and Democrat, have basically both been twiddling their fingers going, yep, sure looks crazy. It's so over. It really is. Man, I hope she wins. I really, really hope she wins.
canary in the cave. If Matt Van Epps, a qualified candidate, a district that Trump won by over 15 points, can't carry this thing, we're in trouble. Republicans are asleep at the switch. We pay attention to presidents because President Trump is a great president. We should be paying attention to him. But when it gets down to the other races, we forget about it. We forget Congress, we forget the U.S. Senate, we forget our school boards, our mayors, and then we scratch our heads and wonder, why are our taxes so high? Why are all these crazy policies? It's because...
What are her odds? I don't think anybody knows her odds. If you had asked what her odds were 1 year ago, people would have said 0%. And I think they would have been fair to say that. Right now, all I can say, and it's a weak answer, but it's all I've got is a coin flip, you know? But the fact that it's a coin flip is insane. Like I kept saying yesterday, and I'm not the only person saying this, everyone's saying this, even if she loses by single digits, you know, she loses by 9 points or whatever, that's still really bad for Republicans, okay? I mean, you do not, it's like, you essentially, like, you wake up one morning and you're like, hold on, Mississippi's a purple state? It's insane. Tennessee 7? After what they did to the districting in Tennessee, splitting up Nashville like this, it would be fair game. I mean, it seems like the redistricting wars have more or less settled in favor of Democrats. Right now, things are on hold in Texas. California's going through. But a bunch of other smaller Republican states have given up on the prospect, in part because they're not entirely sure if they could redistrict. See, if you can pack and you can crack all you want, but at the end of the day, you can only do so much. If Trump ends up being this politically destructive, I mean, if he ends up becoming this unpopular, he's already like 34% popularity or something, you might end up creating a situation where a bunch of districts you've created that are supposed to go to Republicans plus 15 end up going to Dems plus 5.
Because our own homegrown Marxists are sticking it to us, and we don't have the guts or the gumption to get out of bed and go vote. 45% of evangelical Christians, and I consider myself in that crowd, 30%...
Probably not helping Tim Burchett was calling SNAP recipients fat asses. Really? That's fucking funny. Trump haters react to work requirements for food stamps. What are your advice to this people? Get off your fat ass. I'm tired of carrying you. You, man? You can't talk like that when you look like that. Winning message. Yep.
Of the gun owners are not even going to go to the polls. This is what happens when 12% of the population votes. This is what we get. Matt Van Epps should not even be a race.
He is really, man, it's so undemocratic. You can tell how mad he is that he even has to campaign. You know? He's literally like, I shouldn't even have to put any effort in. What the fuck is this? Now I have to try? I have to do politics? I have to appeal to people? This is fucking stupid. Preemptively making excuses, blaming his base, blaming low voter turnout. The fucking results aren't even in yet.
All right, speaking of, in just a few hours, the polls open in Tennessee for that special election Adam was just referring to, where voters will choose between Democrat Afton Benn and Republican Matt Van Epps. Both candidates making their last-minute pitches to voters as the left looks to flip the deep red district.
The barrage of negative attacks is a result of the fact that they don't have a plan to address the rising cost of health care. We've said from the beginning this is a campaign about addressing the affordability crisis in the state of Tennessee, and I have not seen any solutions or remedies from their side.
God bless you, Mamdani.
Is as far left as you can get. She has been endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. She wants higher and new taxes to fund her socialist ideology. They are not viewpoints that are consistent with Tennessee or with America.
Chairman of the Republican National Committee, Joe Gruters, joins me now. Joe, good morning to you. It's great to see you. Thank you for hopping on with us this morning. You were in Tennessee yesterday campaigning with Matt Van Epps. So give us a sense of where you think this election is headed and if this seat stays in the Republican column.
Listen, I think we're going to win it today, but it's going to require our voters to show up. You know, that at the end of the day, it's about turnout. I think Matt Van Epps has done a great job with his closing message. You know, yesterday we had Speaker Johnson, we had both U.S. senators from Tennessee, a lot of the members of Congress. We had 7 or 8 rallies, and there's a lot of energy and momentum. You know, when I traveled the country, it's tough to get 20 people to show up to an event, and there were hundreds of people at all these stops yesterday. So I think he's well on his way to victory. I say that Tennessee is the Republican wall. I think that the president's policies are playing well. When I was talking to some of the voters yesterday, I think that the fact that everything that the president's pushing in terms of his policies, I think it's having a...
If she wins this, I think that everyone should be emotionally prepared for the possibility, the very real possibility, that she does not win this. Again, like, that is not a negative outcome. I know everyone wants to gloat over her victory tonight, but it's still so bad for them that this is even a question.
Positive effect, and I think at the end of the day, this is a simple Captain America versus a second-rate villain. You know, you have somebody who hates the district that she represents. She hates Christianity versus a guy who's a combat veteran, a West Point grad, a proven winner in Governor Lee's administration, and I think it's going to be a big day for Republicans today.
You know, there hasn't...
Maximal rhetorical saturation. This is, it's like you can hear the balloon losing its air, you know? This is the only thing they have to play. They hate Christians. They hate white people. They hate men. They hate everything. Not us. Well, unless they deserve it, you know. It's the same narrative all the time and time again. Everyone's a traitor. Everyone's a race traitor, et cetera, et cetera. But again, it's momentum gaining rhetoric. It's the kind of shit that only works if you're already ahead, you know?
Been a lot of polling heading into the election today, so it is difficult to get a sense of where this is headed. But to have President Trump, members of Senate and Congress, get involved to the level that they have does indicate that this could be closer than it should be, given the fact that...
Why the fuck do we in America act like veterans are real credential? Yeah, Democrats need to stop doing that as well. Obviously, Republicans are going to doing it, but Democrats 100% like needlessly contribute to this belief, this like delusional, insane belief that being a veteran in any way makes you a better politician. Like, they need to fucking stop that. But the Democrats are never going to be like anything other than pro-military, of course. The most progressivism you're going to get from the Dems on that side are like, you know, love the warrior, hate the war, shit like that.
Was a plus 20-point district for President Trump in 2024. Do you agree with that, and why do you think that is?
Well, listen, we're a week after the Thanksgiving break. This is the first time they've ever had a special election during this time period in this part of Tennessee. And it's exactly that. It's just making sure that people know that there's a special election. And that's where we come into play. The Republican National Committee has been taking the lead with the Republican Party of Tennessee. But the campaign's been very organized. And like I said, when we were on the ground yesterday, there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. And listen, the people are excited about the president and what the policies he's pushing.
Oh, yeah.
They want to make sure that he has a full 4 years. And
I'm being informed that Davidson County is overperforming right now. College precinct turnout has exceeded 2024 turnout in Davidson County, Tennessee, which would suggest that a lot of people who are going to vote for Afton Bain are coming out to vote for Afton Bain. But we don't have those numbers yet.
So they want to make sure that we increase the margins, and it starts today in Tennessee, in this Tennessee 7th District.
Well, you heard Afton Ben there. She said yesterday the barrage of negative attacks against her is because they, meaning Republicans, don't have a plan for the rising cost of health care. As chairman of the RNC, what is your response to that?
Well, listen, she probably should be representing the area like New York City or one of these other radical leftist areas, not Nashville, Tennessee. But the president has gone to bat ever since.
They can't even argue against what she believes in, man. It's just team sport politics, you know? Like, Democrats don't talk this way. You know what I mean? If a Democrat is running against a Republican in, I don't know, a relatively blue area, they're not like, maybe you should go to fucking Mississippi, you fucking hick. Republicans despise this country. We really need to capitalize on that more. It's one of the reasons why I've said, like, we should be the fucking patriots, okay? I love lots of shit in America. Republicans the only thing Republicans love is children. And not in a defensible manner, okay? They seriously do not like this country at all. They fucking hate this country. They just shit talk it all the time. All Trump does is shit talk America constantly. nonstop. It's not like these people like Tennessee. They don't talk about Tennessee like that. The only thing they like about Tennessee is the fact that they vote for Republicans.
He was elected on affordability. You know, gas prices are the lowest level they've been in a decade. Egg prices are down 60%. Mortgage rates are down. Biden inflation has basically destroyed the economy, and it takes time for the president and the administration to reverse those effects that we've had as a result.
No one has prompted this topic. He just, with no setup, and I know we're a year in, but just so you know, it's all Biden, and like Trump hasn't had enough time yet. You shouldn't offer this like you can't simultaneously lie about how good the economy is, but then say, but the economy is Biden's fault. He just did that. He did that in the same sentence.
The Biden, but we're doing exactly that. He's making things more affordable. He's going to bat for the average American worker every single day. Wait until this big, beautiful bill takes an effect at the beginning of next year. You know, the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. People will feel that in their tax returns when they start filing. And listen, the president's going to bat every single day for the American worker out there. And I think that it's her that's completely out of touch with reality. And like I said, this is a modern day Captain America versus a second-rate villain. I think that Matt Van Epps is a phenomenal candidate, and I think he will go to bat for the president's policies and do everything he can to make sure that we continue to work on policies to make things more affordable.
Well, it all comes down to today. You were on the ground in Tennessee yesterday, and you are going to certainly be watching the election results roll in as they do in real time later this afternoon. Joe Gruters, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me on.
You're very welcome.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kill.
Fuck you. I don't know why I'm looking at the Fox News comment section. Man, I am so excited for this election. Oh. How quickly are the votes going to get counted? Is there time to throw that one out there as a segment? Can I do that? Yeah. 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 This is a non-woke state, so they can count faster than one ballot per day. Thank God. One second. Right. Stream. Also just sent over segments. Could you put out the Afton Bain one ASAP before results? Nice. The turnout is 52% of 2024 at the moment. Considering it's a special election, that's not that bad. Did you cover the cabinet meeting today? I have been streaming for 1 hour. No, I haven't. I mean, people keep sending me clips.
Word, it doesn't mean anything. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history.
This is a very, very good message. I think you should keep running with this one. This is very... No, please. Cut the cameras.
There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about Affordability, affordability, affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher.
This is an amazing message. Yeah, especially after, like, he met with Mamdani won, and he met with Mamdani, and there was like a 2-week period where Trump was like, we're the affordability party, you know? Economic Simulator, you don't need to do the editorialization for me. I can do it, don't worry. He really does have the memory of a goldfish, doesn't he? He loved the affordability issue. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, he's talking about affordability even as he denies the concept. He's like, no one gives a shit about affordability. You know what people do give a shit about? How I made groceries cost less. Okay. Maybe Mamdani should be his vice, lol. Mamdani being his VP would effectively be a Mamdani presidency. Maybe that's the workaround.
And I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing.
88%. Really?
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct.
He's talking about all Somalis right now, by the way.
I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came...
This language is new, right? It's pretty bad for the sitting president to say that all Somalian people are garbage and we don't want them in our country. That's probably not good. I don't know. He was probably listening to Stephen Miller. For, like, they had a little talk before this. It is pretty extreme even for him. I do say it's... I personally take it as a bit of a positive sign, though, because this shit does not move the needle at all in their favor. If you are this racist, you are already voting Republican, buddy. This is not a kind of like soft dog whistle racism that reaches out and casts a wide net. This is a pretty objectionable at the face of things. So, you know, if this is the messaging they're going to fall back on after, and you know Trump's feeling the heat right now, right? Like, basically every week there is a new catalog of his failures. And I'm sure his administration shelters him from a lot of them. But right now, a message he just can't avoid is the fact that he personally is so unpopular, it's sinking his party. Sorry, I'm woker than you guys. But I guarantee you he's getting this a lot, right?
From paradise, and they said this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Damn, really? The standing ovation for the "there should be no Somalis in America" thing? This is definitely new. Well, it's no, like, we're not surprised by the fact that everyone in the presidential cabinet is a lunatic hyper-racist. You know, that's not really surprising. Again, it doesn't move the needle. It doesn't move the needle. If anything, it just tells me how upset Trump is personally. Because I don't think he's too authentic in his own special way. I don't think he can do this whole ginned up speech unless he personally is feeling the heat a little bit, you know? Well, at least Trump never complains. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very stoic.
Mr. President has Maduro offered to
That was the sign off too. You know, he was like, yeah, that's a good thing to end on. That's crazy.
Now I'm understanding, and you're going to look into that, Scott. I hear they ripped off.
Oh yeah, that's the thing we just heard. Let's see. Trump asleep while Marco Rubio speaks right next to him.
War started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people were started. And
Was that a sign of life right there? What a joke of a country. Yeah, it does kind of suck. At least, I don't know how to put it, man. At least Nixon and, how am I blanking on the world's most evil man's name? How am I, Kissinger. At least Nixon and Kissinger were like a little serious, a little self-serious. Not interpersonally to each other. They were like jokes. But, you know, at least they were... They had like a bit going on. At least when they were speaking to the news cameras, they were putting on an artifice. And Kissinger was a smart guy, incomprehensibly evil, self-serving, and believed nothing, but you know, not stupid. This is just, it's sad. I mean, it makes you think that America's never coming back, right? Like the because I don't want to. It's like Libby terminology, not the dignity of America, I guess, but like the widespread belief that America can stand for something, that there is some value in believing that good can be done at all. Not that we are doing good, but that good can be done. I feel like it goes out the window with stuff like this, you know? It's all just too much of a joke. It does kill optimism. It denigrates the institution. And there is a big difference between an institution like the United States being denigrated because, you know, it's evil and racist and war and so on and so forth, versus it being denigrated as part of this, like, gerontocratic institutional rot, you know? It's a different vibe. You know what would be cool? Could somebody tell this fucking retard Aaron Rupar to stop retweeting every single person who agrees with him so that when you're scrolling through his feed, you can just see a catalog of all the stuff that he's clipped and not the same old clips over and over again? Oh my fucking god, it's so annoying. Look at this. Retweeting this? 3 question marks? Come on. Just use the media tab? Yeah, but what if he posted, like, nudes? Also, when the media tab sucks, you can't even see what the text is.
And also working with Christian Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over
That's fucked up,
the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay, and working with the First Lady.
That's crazy. That's fucking boring. Dude, I think he agrees.
To be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and there are a few. Which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir.
Oh yeah, they're saying there's some billion-dollar crime in Wisconsin. It's almost certainly fake. Has there been a single thing the Trump administration has drawn attention to over the past year that was not made up? I'm actually asking, has there been a single time that a Democratic official has done something bad, like actually bad, that they've drawn attention to? Because as far as I can remember, every single time it's been made up. I can't think of a single time it wasn't. Why are they even fucking with Walls? What did Walls say recently? Dude, Trump just got a standing ovation for a 2-minute rant where he called all Somalis dirty people and we don't want him here, specifically because of Ilhan Omar. Walls called him retarded? Oh, that'll do it. This is the supposed crime in Minnesota? Duffy finds 1/3 of Minnesota's non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses were issued illegally and warns Tim Walz for... All right, that's all fake. I don't really care. It's boring and fake. Oh, is it this? Part of the DOT crackdown on the trucking industry? Wait, 44% of trucking schools don't comply with government rules. Is this just like an illegal immigrant thing again? I wish Democrats would threaten red states like that. We had to have a talk about this yesterday, about how God compels us to blight every Republican voter's lives until they promise to stop doing it. Until they vote right. It's literally their fault. If they would just vote correctly, we wouldn't keep having this issue. I did see this one from earlier today.
Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched J.D. destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field in this.
He fucking hates Vance, man. Jesus Christ.
Nomination. Anyway, look,
why would you say that?
You're saying who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading.
I think he was calling Biden incompetent. You think so?
I was saying who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and
I don't know. Maybe. Who the fuck? It's genuinely, I don't know. Who knows? The debate he had with Biden versus JD Vance. No. I understand what it could mean. You know, I'm just saying you have no, it's not possible to actually know. I'll give it a coin flip. This is what they were talking about. Unfortunately, the leaders of the housing fraud were majority Somalian. They're just from September. Isn't everyone in Minnesota Somali? Isn't it little Somalia for some reason? Damn, you got Assad Ahmed Adaw and Anwar Ahmed Adaw. That's crazy. I think this is a different thing. The rest of the state is white as fuck and indigenous. Does Minnesota have a big indigenous population? Yeah? That's cool. And in other news, while we're just doing like a cabinet roundup here, I guess, they're all beefing with the Pope. The Pope called upon Catholic leadership to issue a forceful statement condemning the behavior of ICE and the DHS. By a nearly unanimous vote, they wrote they were saddened by the state of contemporary debate and the vilification of immigrants. The bishops issued a video denouncing the behavior. ICE. Response from Trump loyalists is to declare war on the Catholic Church. Border czar Tom Homan condemned the bishop's letter in the church as wrong. I'm saying it not only as border czar, I'll say it as a Catholic. I think they need to spend time fixing the Catholic Church, in my opinion. Oh, this is good. Hey, Tim Burchett. We just saw that guy. Tim Burchett accused the Catholic Church of using government grants to profit from services rendered to refugees. Yeah, why not, man? Fight everyone. Fight literally everyone. Like, be so incapable of ever. It's insane to me that the only time I have ever seen them back down on something, it was because they got quote tweeted by fucking Theo Von. That is the only time I have ever seen the White House retract. That's it. That's it. Everything else is on the table. Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, Sabrina Carpenter, the Pope, whatever, man. Pick a fight with everyone. Podcaster occupied government. Matt Gaetz was at the Pentagon press briefing today. Yeah, I saw that. He was even wearing his rep vest or jacket. Guess he got bored. Remember when this guy was going to be the Attorney General? He might have done a better job than Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi has been a huge failure, even to the administration. Like, people do not like her. A lot of that, I think, is because she's a woman. What else? Is there anything else we can just cluster together here while we wait for the results to come out? God, he's ugly. Remember that immigrant cop from Europe who got detained by ICE? He got reinstated into the police department. Really? That guy, was he like the Romanian guy? It happened that quickly? It was like Serbian? Montenegro, that's it. That's fucking crazy. Chud Roundup. All right. Michael Knowles praising the Oklahoma girl with a terribly written essay for using big words like mundane. What?
University of Oklahoma. There's a student named Samantha Fulnecki. Nice, cute, normal-looking, apparently conservative Christian girl. She's taken a class from a trans-identifying professor.
Running through all of the like qualifiers that are necessary for a conservative to feel empathy towards a woman, you know. Young, attractive, looks normal. Okay, now that we've settled all that, we can get to the real issues.
Mel Curtis, who looks like you would expect him to look. Let's put it that. You can see there's a little, in the professor's comment, you can see he looks like he should not be teaching at a university. He looks like he should be in a padded cell.
Okay.
Why did this young woman decide to take this guy's class?
Where's the conviction? You're just gonna say that? It's like you're running through a fucking checklist. Come on. Point out an Adam's apple. Make fun of a hairline. What do you just yeah, as you can see, he looks like gay and like a degenerate. Anyway, moving on. Come on, you're using big words. You have to invoke them with a little bit of moral clarity. If you're half-assing it, your righteous indignation doesn't sound very sincere.
I have no idea, but I don't know. These days at universities, maybe there's not much choice. In any case, she was asked to respond to an article and to give her opinion, her reaction to the article. She did that. It was an article about gender identity. And she said, yeah, I'm not really persuaded by this stuff about gender identity. And here's why. Here's what I think about gender identity. And she cites the Bible.
This guy was on the Adam Friedland show. He was disturbingly charming. It's not really disturbing. Michael Knowles is yet another one of those Hollywood dropout types who got into conservative media because the bar was low. And with his charisma, he could do much better than he could in, you know, like acting school or whatever. It's not really surprising. Michael Knowles is not like Matt Walsh. Michael Knowles is 100% just like in it for the money. He's Candace Owens tier in that respect. He probably doesn't spend much time around conservatives when he's not on the job. My guess is that like when he's done doing his recordings for the day or whatever, he's probably a pretty normal guy. Super, super hateful dude, but you know, it's 100% for the bit.
And the professor loses it, goes off. The professor says to call an entire group of people demonic is highly offensive, especially a minoritized population. How did this professor graduate from the 3rd grade, much less become a university professor?
It's a real word.
Minoritized? What is minoritized? This is what the professor wrote on the grading.
Always
Bible.
Google it.
Now,
wait, can you not even infer what it means? You can't intuit it from the context provided? All right.
the liberals are saying this girl's a big dummy and she's just a hillbilly citing the Bible and she shouldn't have gotten any points on this because you're not allowed to cite the Bible on scientific papers and she doesn't know anything and, you know, she deserved a grade. Then you have the fancy pants conservatives who are saying, well, you know, actually, I read the paper and it's not very well written. So it's like, why are we defending this girl? You know, it's like she needs to write a little bit better. Okay. And they're both totally wrong. I have here, very briefly, we're just going to look. I have the essay. I have this trans identifying professor's grades, and I have the prompt. Here's the prompt. Reaction papers are graded on a 25-point scale, evaluated on the basis of the following. Does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article, 10 points? Does the paper present a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? Is the paper clearly...
The Bulwark covered this too, and their take was actually dog shit. What was the Bulwark's take on this? There's not really... The only people who could... What was their take? The girl who wrote the essay is obviously low IQ. Like, she shouldn't be in college. She should be a laborer of some kind, you know? Not to say there's no dignity in labor. I'm just saying that there are a lot of people who do physical labor for their day job, but could do academic work. She should be doing labor. Yeah, to the field. Go. But her mom is like a long-time, highly litigious grifter. Who and it's very obvious that this was a setup. They deliberately had her write a very bad essay when she knew she'd be graded by a transgender woman, you know, so that when she got predictably a bad grade, she could take it to the media. That's it, right? That's the only thing. And so far, she succeeded. You know, and so that was the intention here. What take could you possibly have on this? You're either in favor of conservative domination at the expense of, you know, the collective human intellectual consciousness, I suppose, or you're not. The professor did not grade the paper, an assistant did. You know, it's, I mean, the details are meaningless in this context. It's just about the framing, right?
Written. That's it. Those are the three things. This is not...
I think it's great that one of the most common conservative grifts is to make your failure everyone else's problem. It's like the Riley Gaines bit. You know? Please, no. Just associate conservatism with failure in our heads more and more and more all the time. Always, always, always failing.
like you're writing a dissertation from the University of Oxford. Okay, this is a very basic thing. Read a paper, react to it, be on topic, talk about the topic that the paper talks about, but give your personal reaction. Don't just summarize it. Give a reaction. Bring something into the article and write it clearly. And here is the paper that the left and the fancy pantses on the right are making fun of. The article was very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society.
Listen how quickly he starts reading it too, like he wants to be done with it quickly as well, you know? Because he knows it's a dog shit essay, so he's like, you know, fucking come on, da-da-da-da-da.
Article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. Awesome. Love that. It's great. Not cruel teasing, but just a little bit. It's okay. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. God is very intentional with what he makes, and I believe trying to change that would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men. God created men in the image of his courage and strength, and he created women in the image of his beauty. He intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion so they do not step on people's toes. But pause here. I just want to point out, I'm not saying that this quick little response to an article is Anna Karenina, okay? I'm not saying it's the most soaring prose ever written. I have read a lot of college and even graduate student papers and these kinds of responses over the years. This is the Bard compared to the prose stylings of what most people are writing. Okay, yes, I agree. 50 or 100 years ago, the standards for writing in universities probably would have been higher than all of these things. The
funny thing is, like, I understand Segrift. Yeah, he doesn't actually believe what he's saying. This feels like a really ineffective line to go with for me. Like, my guess is that this is, yet again, it's the fucking midwit trap, right? Where Michael Knowles, who is not particularly religious and not particularly conservative, you know, resents the fact that he, an intellectual, and he is, you know, shares all of his purported political opinions largely with very stupid people, you know? So maybe he's chafing a little bit at the idea that what he's expected to do is go out there and say, yeah, this professor is anti-Christian and a degenerate, and this brave young woman is the only one bringing God back into our classrooms, or something. Like, he understands what he would have to say to, like, just the same, like, there's a million of him that are saying the same thing. But I think that chafes at him a little bit, you know? So instead, now he's, again, put himself in the midwit trap, where he has taken a stupider position, which is that the writing is actually good, a position nobody really believes in, you know? Just because he doesn't want to share the same opinion as all those other people. That paper's barely even 100 words. It's a 650-word essay, apparently. That's the prompt. Me, when the professor says I have a 100-character essay due tomorrow. Fuck. The Bulwark thought the grade was too harsh because the professor hated the student and they shit on psychology as a science. Well, that's pretty dumb. This woman shouldn't be in school. You know? What's the point? This is one of the problems with making school widespread for everyone. We really denigrate the value of these institutions. A lot of people don't even believe in empiricism. A lot of people don't even believe in truth or intellectualism. Why should they be going to school? Just let them work jobs or something. I don't know. Just let them untangle the loom. He said it's good for today's low standards. Yeah, and he's lying. That's not true. Guys, she's an upperclassman. The woman's not a freshman. That's even more embarrassing. Well, she finally got the opportunity for the grift to pay out.
To what most university students are turning in, this is quite well written. It uses the word mundane, let's say. It uses, generally, with some exceptions, an economy of words. Goes on.
It uses an Again, it's the midwit trap, you know? He could have just said, this brave woman's bringing God back into the classrooms. Now he has to talk about this macaroni art on the fridge as though it wasn't made by a second grader. Jesus Christ. Yeah, punctuation is used more or less correctly. Yeah.
I think that is cowardly and insincere way to live. It's important to use the freedom of speech we've been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plans for humans. They say you can't cite the Bible. Why not? Well, it's a psychology class.
She didn't cite the Bible. There are no citations in the paper.
Hear me. The Bible is, whether you believe in God, whether you're a Christian, whether you're Jewish, whether you're none of those things, the Bible is, I think beyond dispute, the best account of human psychology that...
Midwit. Again, this would get you failed at a religious school. The funny thing is that, like, religious people don't actually believe that. They don't actually believe this. You know how, like, I've done this bit before. You know how actual Christians basically live their their normal day-to-day lives, and then they say amen over food or whatever. They say grace. And every once in a while, they'll kind of be like, you know, I think the Bible says X. And then fake Christians will be like, yeah, well, I've read the entire doctrine, and I'm pretty sure there's nothing in there that says I can't kill black people. Like, you can tell the difference between people who actually, like, believe, like, it actually shapes their life, and people who just bring it out like it's a D&D textbook, or like they're role-playing as a character in a, you know, fucking Rogue Trader game or something, right? Basically, everyone was religious a century ago, and if you went to a psychology class a century ago, and you cited the Bible as to support an irrelevant argument, they would fail you then too. Your religious professor would fail you. People who are actually religious don't think you can cite the Bible to support every argument. You know? Kind of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's thing. You get me.
we have. It is better than ancient or modern works of philosophy. It is certainly better than any works of psychology. Psychology, which only really becomes a discipline in the last 150 years or so.
Yeah, nobody believes this. He doesn't believe this. It's again, this doesn't work for anyone. I don't understand who this is meant to appeal to.
With the work of William James, who himself was a philosopher, and then obviously it's greatly expanded by Freud and plenty of psychologists and philosophers since then.
Me when I know a lot about psychology.
The Bible is a much better work of psychology than all of that. It's obviously pertinent. The Bible begins in its very first chapters with a discussion of this topic, which is pertinent to the modern nonsense that the person's responding to.
What the fuck? Literally, what does he say? Did he not do any research before this bit? Don't you think it would sound a little bit better if he was supporting his argument in any way, you know? He's just like vaguely gesturing.
And here's the trans professor's comment. Please note, I'm not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I'm deducting points for you posting a reaction, also not grammatical, paper that does not answer the questions for this assignment, contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence. Personal ideology over empirical evidence. This is a dude who thinks he's a woman and dresses up like a woman.
Got her. Again, it's people, the MAGA movement is dead and people are going to be left holding the bag, you know? All of these people are going to be Ben Shapiro in the future. Ben Shapiro woke up one day and realized, like, holy shit, the entire conservative movement is anti-Semitic now, and I'm a Jew. What the fuck? And one day these guys are going to wake up and they're going to be like, hello, fellow white men of the vest. 13-year-old boys want to hear about how feminism and Jews are cucking you, and the 13-year-old white boys will be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? They're gonna talk like Charlie at the end of the most recent Smiling Friends. No, say it. No, I want to know what exactly you mean by that. They're gonna beat the shit out of him. Michael Knowles is smart. He might be able to adjust his rhetoric.
And says in the comment that his pronouns are she/they. But you used your personal ideology instead of, I encourage all students to question or challenge course material with other empirical findings or testable hypotheses, but using your own personal beliefs to argue against the findings of not only this article, but the findings of countless articles across psychology, biology, sociology.
Wow, less than 1,000 likes? And this was posted hours ago? It would have helped if the paper was actually any good. Given the assignment guidelines, the paper was probably in the 95th percentile of quality for contemporary college writing. 12 comments, 13 likes. This is what I mean with the midwit thing, dude. Nobody actually believes this. You've tried too hard. You should have just stayed in your lane, acknowledged that your ideology is exclusively for anti-intellectuals, and stick to that. I thought it was going to have like 10,000 likes. That's crazy. %95. Why not go for 99th, you know? She writes like a freshman. She writes like somebody who's functionally illiterate. If you're going to lie, go all the way. Yeah. That's why Trump interviews better than JD Vance. 100%. Yeah. $650 words also isn't even an essay. Okay, Einstein. Just trying to aura farm over everyone in chat who's got a 100-character essay due tomorrow, and they're procrastinating by watching stream. Now I kind of do want to see what the Bulwark guys said.
Hey there, I'm JVL. That is basically meant to prove that you read the reading. I don't know, like 10 points for reaction. She's reacting to the content. Like, you know, she doesn't have anything real to say. And instead, the TAs, in their attempt to justify themselves, they were like, well, there's no objective evidence brought to bear. And you said onto your aura frame what tuition is to OU. But if you're, I'd be fully invested in it. And maybe she did everything that she could do, although I don't get the sense that that's the case.
Wait, what are they talking about? Also, psychology is the scientific study of the mind and behavior. Wait, do these guys not think psychology is a science? Correct? Okay. Whatever. Maybe you stop skipping through, you'd find out. Yeah, but I'm not just going to watch anything to find out anything that I'm not very interested in. Oh, you want to remember a detail about a movie? Well, pause the stream. Here's a fucking torrent link. You've got 2 hours. No, I just want you to tell me. How do you even debate about this shit? It's just blatant denial of factual reality. Well, I don't really know about talking to the Bulwark people because I didn't listen to them talk for more than 5 seconds. But with the Michael Knowles shit, I feel like you basically just have to make fun of him. You know it pisses him off that he is surrounded by these morons. Nick Fuentes is the only person with the balls to actually admit it. All of the people like him, you know, closeted, effete, intellectual-esque conservatives who have built a fan base of people much, much stupider than them, they all resent their audience. Why wouldn't they? You know, they're doing it for the money. They're not here to make friends, right? I think the most you can really do is just make fun of them because a lot of these people are not very stable. You know, you prod them a little bit. Bosh, do you resent your audience? Yeah, a healthy amount, but not for the same reason as those guys. Because I'm not grifting. I can say stuff I actually believe in. I don't have to deliberately make arguments stupider than I am. What I guess I should say is, I believe the stuff I say. So if my arguments are for stupid people, I'm right there with you, brother. I'm down there in the tar pit, okay? There's no incongruity there. There's no schism. You should hate your audience a little bit, but it's not for the same reason. Yeah. HEGSETH doubles down on throwing Admiral under the bus. How many times have you linked that, Kakao Wen, out of curiosity? Second?
The baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out, we've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. A number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on four-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later.
Really? Hey, here's a list of everyone but me who was responsible. By the way, I wasn't even there. I didn't see shit, by the way. I wasn't there. I was so busy. I went to another meeting. I gave them I specifically authorized them to leave no survivors and kill everyone. And then, because I was such a busy guy with all the other conflicts we've got going on around the world at this moment, I left and was not present when this specific guy made the call to do the war crime.
Later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? Personally.
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you and the press.
Yeah, man, we just did a follow-up strike for no reason. That's that's a normal thing to do. When you strike a boat and instantly disable it because it's a tiny fishing boat and we're firing fucking Navy weapons at it, you know, and we've got drone cameras, which we post all this footage on X, the Everything app, the moment. But, you know, obviously after you do the first strike, you do the second one, you know, for sure. They just said they had incredible intel. They're trying to lie to you about this when they posted the video of the strike right after it happened. Like, normally, if you were going to try to pull off this lie, you would have to support the argument that, I don't know, like, who knows what's going on out there, you know? Not, yeah, here's the live camera footage of it happening.
don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
And then, sir, you had left the room.
Yeah, we just authorized a second strike an hour after for no reason. We didn't know if there were survivors there. We just wanted to make sure the boat sank, you know?
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
It's like this. No one on God's green earth believes this. It's weak in every direction. For one, the core MAGA base wants more non-white people dead, right? So what they want is for HEGSETH and Trump to say, yeah, we did it because we love killing. Yeah, kill. That's what they want, right? And that, but like, so they're not impressed with this because it comes across as kind of weak and insincere. But nobody else buys this. Absolutely nobody else, you know? Why? It's just like, why not just own it up? Like, you know, like who the fuck's gonna prosecute you? Well, these things tend to stick, especially since we know for a fact that once the administration switches over, every single fucking guy at the Pentagon is gonna be like, boy, do I have stories to tell you. They all are acting like they're leaving in 2028. It's kind of nice, you know? Up until the middle of this year, they were acting like they were never going to leave office. And now we know why. Because they're stupid. Now we know there's no fucking way they hold office for that much longer. And it's just a matter of how much they can loot before they get kicked out. Whether or not the Democrats will do anything after, you know, who knows.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but you know, people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000.
Was there really a typo in Pete Hegseth's nameplate? Was this really the typo too? Is that real? Pete Hegseth, SS Secretary of War? It's real? Cool. There's an intern who knew what they were doing. You don't think it was a fuck up like the Four Seasons landscaping business? Those are the people we're dealing with. Sometimes I remember that and I get flashbacks. I actually can't forget it. The like final, the you know, defeated press conference being held at a fucking landscaping company. It's too on the nose. It's a joke. It really is. Like, man, this country sucks so much, man. How are you supposed to take making this country and the people in it better seriously when shit like that can happen? It's like a cartoon. I wonder if cartoon characters feel this way in their cartoon worlds. Do you think Pym ever feels this way? What's the point in making people smile when the world is so absurd that it seems like the, you know, everything's just one cosmic roll of the dice away? I don't know. We need smiling friends emotes. They are the song of the summer. I don't know, man. I don't know.
1,000 people last year, and those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. You know, the land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it.
Are we just going to drone strike the jungle? I mean, the way things are going right now, it seems like we're going to be... They're not going to do any land strikes at all, because if they're getting this pathetically apologetic, well, not apologetic, I guess, evasive over the boat strikes, like, are they going to do this for every fucking strike? There was a tweet I saw that summed up my feelings on this, which is like the menacing of Venezuela that we're doing right now is interesting because the government has not provided a public rationale for engaging in military action, which is normally a pretty big part of engaging in military action. But what's interesting is that in this one rare case, there's also no secret, cynical reason for them to be doing it either. You know, it's not like Vietnam or the Iraq War or whatever else, where it's like, here's the public-facing message, and then here privately is the secret reason. In this case, both are voids. It seems like they're just bored and don't want to do anything. Or sorry, they just want to do something. Oil? It's not oil. There is absolutely no world in which America secures Venezuelan oil resources or does a regime change. No, it's not happening. There's no plan. Oil companies are not even drilling new wells after Trump ended Biden's bans on new drilling because it's not profitable. Yep. OPEC's pumping out too much. It's about Chinese influence. No, it's not. I promise you, it's not about anything. Any reason you give, you're just projecting your potential explanation because you're assuming the world makes sense. You know what I mean? You're thinking there's no way it's all actually for no reason, right? Like there has to be something. There has to be a plan. There has to be some kind of plan. Unfortunately, and uniquely, no, it really, truly is just stupid. Even if something does end up happening, it will have been by accident. I think it's mostly a narrative thing. Me when I do evil because I'm bored, Jesse Pinkman gif? Well, what do you expect them to do? Run the government?
Continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, and they say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about, you look into the eyes of some of these people, we're smart, and you see a killer. Come on in, just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder.
Part of it is just that toppling Venezuela has been Marco Rubio's autistic hyperfixation. Yeah, just keep in mind that, like, a boots-on-the-ground invasion is really tough. Like, our military was having logistical issues deploying a couple hundred National Guardsmen to Los Angeles. Where do they sleep? Where do they eat? You know? Those are supply lines they had trouble with in our country, in America. You would need tens of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands, if you count all of the logistics personnel. And you need a plan. It's not happening. Also, like, not for me to get too libbed up or whatever. I know I'm kind of rambling right now, but, you know, I also just think there would be a morale problem. One of the reasons you need to construct a good reason to go to war is because your soldiers are the ones out there getting shot at. They should feel like there's a good reason. It used to be you promise them loot, you know, you get to rape women and take their gold or whatever. We don't do that. Well, we do, but we try not to do that as much anymore. So now, you know, everyone's getting paid a regular, you know, everyone gets their regular paycheck. You have to gun people up for political and moral reasons, and they just haven't really done the groundwork. You think right now at the Pentagon or like at West Point, they're like, you know, ginning people up to go invade Venezuela the way they did for the Middle East for a while? Like they had those like training manuals they would throw over at the brass on like you know, the danger jihadis pose both to their people and to ours. That shit ain't happening here. There's no plan, man. If we actually sent people to Venezuela, which we're not going to, but if we did, I bet you fucking nothing would happen, you know? Our soldiers wouldn't do shit. They don't want to get shot at over this. I mean, there are legit people that enter the military just to kill and rape people. Yeah, but they tend not to be in like the regular service. There's special forces and mercenary work that, you know, affords them the lack of oversight that they need to get away with all the raping, right? I don't think your average regular soldier gets the opportunity to rape that many people, to be honest. I'm sure some of them do, but for the most part, aren't they? Well, they're all raping each other, right? They're all like shoving toothbrush handles up each other's butts for hazing or whatever. I don't think they don't get off the base. Like prison, basically, right? Isn't it a little bit like prison? You'd be surprised in Vietnam. I'm not talking about Vietnam, man. I'm talking about today. It's a whole different time and place. As a sailor, I can confirm this is true. The military is always going to be gay. I just want these boys to do it consensually, you know? That's all. Rates of abuse have drastically declined since the U.S. went all volunteer. Yeah, but HEGSETH wants to, like, fix that, right? HEGSETH's speech to the brass was literally like, yeah, we need to bring back hazing. We need to go back to, like, beating people with socks stuffed with soap bars. We should get back into raping, like, the new recruits. Am I right, fellas? Like, I don't know. Bringing back the draft might result in generals fragging him. If they brought back the draft, Swan Lake would play on every TV station in the United States, and the next day we would not recognize a single fucking member of the federal government. It would just be a whole new cast of people, and they'd be like, hello, we apologize for the inconvenience. We're going to be bringing things back up on board now. Just give us a little bit of time, and it'll be better.
Into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers, and hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking the questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it.
All right. Speaking of homosexuals, okay. You get it. Okay, one last bit, then we're off the fucking press. We're off the cabinet meeting, okay?
And worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane. Yeah. And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up.
We're in North Korea. Do you think now this will put an end to like liberal American exceptionalism, where they're like, we're not like that here? Yeah, we are. And like half of the country was ready for it to be like that the moment it was even a little bit convenient to do so. It is pretty funny. Didn't Trump deny FEMA to red states? They haven't suffered enough yet. Like, if you thought the budget ran dry last time, oh, buddy, we've still got 3 hurricane seasons to get through. And based on all available information, each of those 3 will be worse than the last one. We're gonna... The American South, everything by the water, man. We're gonna see just how much they support the president, okay? We're going to give them, by we, I guess I mean the cosmos, we're going to give them plenty of opportunities to regret their vote. At least Florida won't exist anymore. God willing. Hurricane Helene was ruinous and is still being cleaned up in East Tennessee. Yeah, and I bet a lot of those fucking people still think. God, remember Hurricane Helene? Remember when FEMA personnel came in to help and there were so many conservative grifters on the road over there saying, FEMA death camps. Obama, FEMA death camps. They're gonna rape your dog, man. So that there were actually multiple potentially violent incidences of residents who had been fear-mongered into believing the guys who were there to help were actually there to hurt them. We gotta make being conservative illegal. I'm still annoyed at Hurricane Ian because that's my name and people wouldn't stop sending me memes about it. Yeah, same. Also, that one, like, fucked up my grandpa's house. I had to, you know, had to reconcile that one. Sorry, Gramps. Stupid. Charter school company run by GOP rising star left parent scrambling. Did you just copy and paste the title? Yes, you did. What? Kathleen Sitola believes she had found the perfect fit for her 9-year-old grandson Landon when Optima Classical Academy broke ground in 2023 near Fort Myers, Florida. She was drawn to the smaller class sizes and more traditional curriculum, which she felt would be less woke than the public school he was currently attending. Regarding gender and race, I want him to be able to make up his own mind. This is child abuse, and she should be arrested. It's fucking insane. It is insane to me that there are parents out there that are determining their child's scholastic future off of, like, which school is more woke. You're actually a piece of shit. You're a massive piece of shit, and you shouldn't have kids. Or, like, the state should repossess them, and you should be in jail. That's insane to me. My Texas cousin does that. Yeah. To progress, we're going to have to deal with parents treating their children like property. Yeah. It almost always comes back to the parental rights thing, you know? Almost all of these culture war issues are framed through the, I, as a parent, should get to decide what my child sees kind of shit, you know? They did it with gay people, trans people, DEI, anything involving schooling. But it all comes back to it, you know? Parents should have less ownership of their kids. Look, it's pretty simple, man, okay? The conservative position, unambiguously, is that parents should get to abuse and rape their kids. That's it. That's it. Like, I disagree. I don't think that parents should get to abuse and rape their kids. And this is a position they will argue against forever. Vosh, I don't think they literally should be able to allow to rape their children. Yeah, well, they wouldn't admit it, but no, it does kind of keep coming back to that, you know? I'm telling you, man, it's a whole fucking complex. Purity balls and shit. There's so much of it that winds around control over their child's sexuality. And a lot of it actually, I mean, a lot of it just explicitly is physical and sexual abuse. God, do you have any idea how little time you have to spend looking for it to find, you know, conservative content creator preacher, whatever, arrested after allegations of abusing their kid and so on and so forth. It's not always conservatives, but it's like often conservatives. And that's because ideologically they think of children as their property, not individual people with their autonomy. Look, kids are people, okay? They're stupid and weak, but they are people. There are adults who are stupid and weak, you know? Like, just people, you know? They have a degree of autonomy, and I don't think you should abuse them. Conservatives unironically disagree with this. They think that children should be allowed to be subjected to essentially anything the parent wants them to be subjected to, as long as it's conservative coded, you know? So of course they think it's abuse for like a kid to be walking down the street and see a gay couple holding hands, but they don't think it's abuse to have this like draconian, extremely weirdly Freudian worldview pushed onto them where their mom and dad are like obsessing over their sexual purity and telling them they'll go to hell if they like touch themselves or whatever. That's not abuse to a Christian conservative. That's just normal, man. I genuinely think there has to be a child emancipation movement. You can't frame it that way because in bad faith, conservatives will say, oh, child emancipation, you want to lower the age of consent. In reality, of course, conservatives are the ones who consistently keep arguing for the lowering of the age of consent. But, you know, beyond that, you should probably frame it as like, it can't be pro-child emancipation. It has to be anti-parental abuse because fundamentally, we're dealing with the same thing here. But that's the framing it has to take, you know? Authoritarian parenting, abusive parenting. You'd have to come up with a you'd have to get a good word for it, but yeah, fundamentally that's the problem we're dealing with here. Tennessee results begin to come out. I know you're like the 50th person to have said so, but let's finish this article, huh? I want to look at the video. This is a very important topic. I mean, we're literally talking about the future of our country here.
Investigation into self-described classical charter schools growing in popularity nationwide, often pitched as a more conservative alternative to regular public schools. But these taxpayer-funded schools...
Lavosh talking about this because I grew up in this kind of environment, fucked me up for life, and nobody I talked to about it would accept that it's also sexually abusive to constantly obsess over making sure I remain chaste. 100%, yeah. But no one even talks about it in that context. If you're like, if you've got a little daughter and the parents are like freaking out and telling her over and over, like, you know, you have to remain sexually pure, your like soul is tainted or some shit, like that's sexual abuse. Of course it is. It's obviously sexual abuse, you know? I think you'd have to be an insane person to not think so.
Funded schools also tend to operate with less oversight, and that's raising some questions. Mark Strassman reports on one school that was launched by a leading school choice advocate who is also the wife of a prominent Florida politician. Now some parents are feeling betrayed.
I would never, ever put my child in this school now.
Kathleen Satola walked us up to what was supposed to be Optima Classical Academy in Fort Myers.
Empty.
DeSantis' paranoid conspiracy theories that teachers are grooming kids was so effective that over 50,000 students have been pulled out of public schools and dozens of schools are closed because of it. Phenomenal work for his constituency, as always. Yeah, I think it's extremely telling that one of the things that most reliably riles up conservative parents is the idea that their children might be talking to teachers behind their back. The fact that they think that's weird at all. What do you mean my child gets to speak to another authority figure who isn't me? The fact that that's at all an issue anyone talks about, to me, this is just like pedophilia flag, 100%. It's fucking psychotic. Well, you think that because they're your kid, they should never get to talk to anyone? Statistically speaking, you're the one most likely to be raping them, buddy. I wonder why you don't want them talking to anyone else. It is a pro-child abuse movement, 100%.
279 students enrolled for the 2024 school year, including Satola's 9-year-old grandson, Landon. She is his legal guardian.
Regarding gender and race, I want him to be able to make up his own mind.
You felt that Optima would be less woke.
Yes.
But in May of 2024, Satola received this email saying Optima would not open as planned. It cited economic challenges and lingering instability from Hurricane Ian 2 years earlier.
What was going through your mind?
What am I going to do? I had told the current school he wasn't coming back. Where was I going to put my child?
That email came from Erica.
Can you please explain why wanting your daughter to be chased is sexual abuse? I don't agree with doing that, but I want to hear you explain it. Because in context, in a lot of these like Christian conservative households, over the course of years and years, the parents are grooming their children into believing an ideology of personal sexual conservatism along the lines of like, yeah, if you ever masturbate, like that's a sinful thing and you can go to hell. Do you have any idea what the fuck that can do to a... Thank God my parents are agnostic. You literally talk to anyone who grew up in a religious household. That shit is really fucking creepy. And it's never like a one-off conversation or whatever. It's an entire life of surveillance where your weirdly over-intrusive parents are hyper-fixated on this entirely biblically supported notion of sexual purity. Because, of course, we're talking about masturbation. We're not talking about not getting teen pregnant or whatever. Yeah, don't get teen pregnant. That's pretty straightforward. You don't have to invoke things like the immortal soul to point that out. You don't want to get teen pregnant for a wide variety of pretty empirically defensible reasons, okay? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about people who, like, your entire worth as a woman, they say to a 9-year-old girl, you know, is making sure you're hard to get for men. And if you're ever not, everyone won't respect you. What I'm describing is not like a one-off thing or an uncommon thing. This is like a very common thing that these people are subjected to. It's really insane. And again, honestly, look, I grew up in an agnostic household. Everything I've heard has been secondhand. I guarantee you, like, you can probably talk to 1,000 people who are watching right now who have insane personal anecdotes, either from their own lives or from the lives of someone they know. Probably way more insane than me, because my parents are liberal, godless atheists, and so are my friends. So, like, we don't... In my case, it's more like a second or maybe third hand thing. But you, like, chat, fucking, you know, please, yep in chat. If you personally, either from your own experiences or someone you know, insane anecdote about weird, controlling, Christian conservative, so on and so forth, like sexual abuse stuff. Yeah, it's really, really common. And it's fucked up. And it is pedophilic. It is.
McDonald's, Optima's chief executive.
My biggest success in business is providing the education options that I dreamed of for other families.
Donalds, a leading voice for school choice, is the wife of Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. He's the Republican frontrunner in next year's Florida's gubernatorial race.
I knew there were...
Wow, crazy. It's always, always, always not people involved in education, but rather people involved in conservative activism. That's crazy. Every single time, with zero exceptions.
So many families out there that were desperate for this option.
Before the school in Fort Myers, she had launched 4 other classical charter schools across Florida. Our CBS News investigation looked into the tax filings for those 4 Optima-run schools. Between 2020 and 2023, they paid roughly 30% of the government funding they received, totaling about $35 million to outside firms that Optima said offered good prices on payroll, IT, and other back-office services. It was eventually disclosed Erica Donalds held a stake in 2 of those firms.
Wow, what a surprise.
Each worth more than $1 million.
It is absolutely problematic, but it is not atypical.
For this industry?
For this industry, no.
Professor Bruce Baker studies charter schools at the University of Miami. He told us nationally, charter schools generally provide far fewer details about how they spend taxpayer money than traditional public schools.
It's not easy at all to follow the money.
So is there any...
There's a private Christian academy in my city. They literally brag about keeping children from understanding evolution. I cannot overstate how essential it is to ban all non-public education for everyone, 0 exceptions. And if you want an exception, you get arrested. So important. Everyone, the poorest to the richest, no matter where in America they are born and live, goes to a public school that follows the exact same rules. It would be the greatest equalizer. This is what public schooling is for, by the way. This is the entire point. It's meant to be the platform upon which you build a meritocratic environment, you know? Not to say you'd have a meritocracy if you had everyone to public school, but it would be a hell of a good start.
Accountability. Presumptively, the accountability is
You go to
on
public school? Yeah, fuck yeah, I did. Absolutely.
how well they do for students.
Baker looked at Optima's student performance and found below average test results in math and reading.
Florida's charter sector is not strong, and Optima schools, at least the 4 schools that seem to be in that affiliated mix, perform even less well.
According to the former principal at this Optima-run school, students excelled. And while a 2023 audit praised outstanding financial health, some faculty complained Optima operated more like a franchising corporation and was dedicated to profit, sometimes to the detriment of the school itself. Concerns Optima pledged to address.
What a surprise.
I wanted to find an alternative.
Guys, we will talk about Tennessee in a sec. Why do you think? Come on. Thank you for the information. We'll get to it in a sec. I'm doing this. Thank you. Don't make me start banning you guys. I'll ban you out of spite. Like, you can't wait a second?
So I was really excited. Everybody was excited about it. 3.
For the past 2 years, Brianna Hatley tried to enroll her 8-year-old daughter Bella in Optima Academy in Fort Myers, the school that never opened its doors.
These are our kids. They're our world.
It's just, it's rude. We're talking about one thing. It's like we're finishing up a conversation, but the you know, thing started playing on TV, and you're like interrupting the conversation to play, hey, this thing's happening on TV. I know, we'll get to it.
So if you're going to have a school, if you're going to offer services, then offer them. If you're not, then just leave us alone.
Erica Donnells declined an interview. In a statement, a spokesperson said she is an accomplished businesswoman with a strong record of starting successful charter schools and providing thousands of students with an excellent education.
I feel cheated, and these kids were cheated. It's heartbreaking.
Maybe reflect on your own behavior, you stupid piece of shit. Maybe finding a school based on it being anti-woke was maybe like there was a bit of a process error there. Huh?
Since the Fort Myers school never opened, it never collected any public money. But in a charter school system with limited public accountability, Kathleen Satola's Optima experience left her with questions.
They just dropped the ball and ran. How can you do something like this and sell this to parents who really want to stay involved with their children?
That's your movement. You voted for these people. You deserve it.
And then just walk away.
Donald's management company.
And yeah, once again, the conservative gets to just pretend that they weren't responsible for this. I hate it so. I can't stand it, dude. That in these interviews, they're never like, yeah, this is what you support, you know? They always let them get away with it, like they get to be the wronged party. Buddy, your kid is the wronged party. Your child, who has a bright and promising future if you don't fuck it up. He's the victim here. You're the idiot who chose an anti-woke charter school.
Longer operates any of those original Optima schools. A source close to her told us Optima partnered with these schools in their early years until they reached full stability. There seems little chance Optima Academy will ever open at that Fort Myers location. Back in October, the county school board approved the transfer of the building to another charter school company.
Great, another charter school. Well, hopefully a woke one. Well, that's fucking awful. It's not really related to what we're talking about, but... Well, that was a whole thing. Hold on. Next time, go with the woke school. Well, that just happened. Yeah, they arrived to SARS. That's probably because the charter school was made to be conservative, and the Catholic school just happens to be run by Catholics, you know? All right. So what are we on about? Well, looks like it's over. Sorry, guys. Matt Van Epps ahead in a pretty solid lead. Unrecoverable. Yeah, no votes in from Nashville yet. Obviously, the Davidson County is the one we're looking to for the big blue payout. Yeah, we'll go with the New York Times. Votes reported. Estimated margin of remaining votes. Well, I guess we'll see. Do they really expect Davidson County to go 80-20? That's pretty crazy. Isn't the goal to lose by less than 10 points? Yeah, we can set that as a goal. I'm gonna set a more ambitious goal, okay? My goal is losing by 6 points or less. Maybe unrelated, but does Vosh have any commentary on China? It exists. They do be making dumplings. So we don't want to win? No, we do want to win. I want to win, damn it. I want to win too. I want to win as well. Man, look at these margins. In 2024, 21.45 points up for Mark Green. Jesus Christ. And we're so close. Not to be blue. Oh my God. Holy shit. I need to burp for like an hour. Not to blue and on, but at what point do we stop trusting that they're even giving legitimate polling data? Polling data or like voter results? What do you mean? They're not faking the votes. Yeah, we don't poly market post here. 20% Dem swing across early votes in most counties. Relative to what? You just linked a fucking Twitter account. Early votes have dropped in Decatur County. Van Epps is winning by 45.6 points. Dems improve by 20.1 points from these ballots in the 2024 U.S. House election. Okay. It just started. I don't like extrapolating data from the very, very, very early results. We've only got 26% in, and we haven't counted bits of Nashville yet, right? Only 56% of non-Nashville early ballots is really bad for the GOP. 57%. Ugh. I believe in the flip. Got any live coverage on this? Hey, Cormac. Kornacki.
Just how democratic it is. And the question, too, is just how big it is in terms of the size of the turnout. Big moment when we find out something about Williamson County here. Again, I'm giving you a target there just in terms of trying to gauge the competitiveness of this race. If it's a single-digit race in Williamson County, this could be a competitive race. If it's double digits, it starts to move towards an advantage for Republicans. And the other big piece of real estate we have nothing from so far, Robertson County. Robertson County
but you
about
can't.
10%, maybe a little bit less the way the turnout patterns go. But I'd say about 10% of the vote tonight is going to come out of Robertson County. And again, you're talking about in the sort of southern part of Robertson County here, closer to Nashville. You do have some suburbs, you have some older towns, some rural areas as well. You go all the way up to the Kentucky border there. You got a fun little story, that little divot there between Kentucky and Tennessee. They call that the dueling grounds. It's actually, there's a horse track there now, but this was contested land between the two states way back like in the 19th century. And so since no state really had ownership of it, that's where they did the duels. It's that, you ever notice it? It's that little dip there between Kentucky and Tennessee. Fun facts I could share with you as we wait for results in some of these counties. That's the fun thing with doing this, live stream. But again, if you, but so again, that's just to reset. That's where we stand. A quarter of the vote. 16-point advantage here just in terms of the raw tally for Van Epps over Bain, but some very big outstanding pieces of real estate here just in terms of getting even the early vote in those three counties. Again, those three counties should be just back of the envelope calculation here, 25, 36. Yeah, you're talking 45% of the vote
Twitch stream is
in
down
this
again?
district. Or so should come out of these three counties. So
the Twitch stream's been down for 5 years.
Get those three.
You mean this whole time I haven't been simulcasting to Twitch?
Counties that we have results in from so far. Let me. I just managed to switch the lines off. I put him back on. So again, if you wanted to make sort of an overall sort of assessment of the situation right now, I think it's clear, at least in the early vote phase of this, that Democrats have made very big gains in this district relative to 2024 when Donald Trump won it by 22 points. The gains that I'm seeing Democrats post in the early vote in all of the counties I've shown you so far are very consistent with the gains Democrats made in all of those special elections that I showed you at the top of the broadcast. If you were watching, we showed you a host of other special elections for
Didn't they ban you for anti-white racism? Unironically, yes.
16, 18, 22 points over their 2024 performance in the district. Certainly what we're seeing in the early vote here is consistent with that. In fact,
PV finale, Afton Bain numbers, 92 volunteers made 58,000 phone bank calls. Let's see how it goes, Ben. Let's see how it goes. Can I talk about something unrelated? What's the name? Is it Nathan Fielder, the guy who was like, watch me do this trick, and to implement a time limit, I have this machine that will pull my pants down in front of all of these minors, and here are some police officers from the local county ready to arrest me? Was it Nathan Fielder? Well, here's what I've thought. If you were giving a PowerPoint presentation, like something like that, it could be a work environment, school, whatever, and you boot up the first slide, and the whole thing is one color, and you were like, this is a picture of my penis. And it's one single pink pixel. And everyone's like kind of like shuffling, like, what is this? It's just like a pink screen. And then you move to the next slide, and now it's 4 pixels of very, very similar pinks. How much could you zoom out before you would get in trouble? Because it can't be just one. Even if it really was a picture of your penis, you can't like get a guy in trouble for a pink slide. That could be a joke. What if it's 4 pixels or 16 or whatever? Like it's not. At what point would you be able to be like credibly attacked for it? Get the lawyers on this. I've always been curious about this one. This is the Dan Henschel bit of adding black squares to his face every day. Yeah, yes, and it's a very right. When does it become blackface? But I'm genuinely wondering, like, at what point? What if it got out to like 128p, but it's still just like kind of a pink pane because it's like a HD photo. You get me? When it's recognizably a penis from the image alone. I feel like you'd get in trouble before that. I feel like you would get in trouble once it was identifiably like a skin texture. Does that make sense? Like, even if it just looks like skin, a single pink pixel, you point at it, say, that's my penis zoomed in, nobody cares. But if it looks like it's skin, however many pixels that would take, I think that would be enough. It's kind of the Loki argument, right? How do you take my head without taking my neck?
A vote that's coming in. Again.
What does Grok think? I would love to know what Grok has to say about this mystery.
Getting to the same day vote, that it is more Republican flavored, it is less Democratic flavored. One precinct. There's going to be a lot more precincts that come in. We'll see if that continues. That's about a 10-point net improvement for the Republicans in the same day vote. If that's something that continues across the district, that is very good news for Van Epps and for the Republicans in terms of winning this district tonight and surviving that scare. We don't know, obviously, if that's going to continue throughout the rest of the district. And again, I stress, we're talking about right now, not just one precinct, we're talking about the most rural, the most Republican part of the district. There just aren't that many Democrats in Wayne County. There just aren't that many Democrats. There just aren't that many. Sorry to make you go dizzy there. There just aren't that many Democrats in this part of the district.
Hello, I'm from Germany. What kind of elections are these? Elections in Tennessee's districts or mayoral elections in cities in Tennessee? This is for the U.S. House of Representatives. It's a special election, so it's not taking place during an ordinary time, filling a seat. We are looking at Tennessee 7, which is a collection of counties. It is a district within Nashville. All of its constituents gets to vote on who sends this rep over to the House of Representatives in Congress. So it's not a local election, even though the votes are, of course, locally limited.
On the screen. Okay, we're talking Perry County. We're going to give you same day from 2 precincts. What are they?
85. Very gerrymandered. Very. Tennessee is a very gerrymandered state because the Republicans split up the relatively blue Nashville vote. That's why all of the... Hold on one second. Tennessee districting map. Wow, wow, wow. No.
While I look for it, you can so far, the margin in the same day vote, you can see right there. Wow, that is 71 points. We got 2 precincts in Perry County. I can't stress these are very, very, very small units in very, very small counties, but that is the trend that Republicans want.
Here. See, as you can see right here, they have split Nashville up into 3 districts here, allowing the relatively blue vote to get kind of diffused alongside all of these much more rural areas, So yeah, it's a very gerrymandered state. Very gerrymandered.
Want to see vote Bain would have a chance here. If it's not, she doesn't. And if Republicans really run the numbers up in the same day, Van Epps would have a chance to win this thing still by a solid margin. So a lot of things still possible right now. Again, you see those precincts we're giving you. I keep telling you how small they are. So small. We're still at 25% in total.
Waiting for the next vote drop.
57-41 in terms of the running tally. I'm going to look at my producer and ask, Adam, are there any more?
TBH, I drove through that part of Tennessee last week, and there's an astonishing number of Trump 2028 flags in those rundown rural areas. Yeah, just keep in mind, like, a deep red rural conservative area could have all those flags and still have exactly 1 Trump voter per acre, whereas a single apartment building in Nashville could contain within it 120, Harris voters. Don't let their propensity for showing off fool you, all right? I've driven across much of Washington State, and I've seen a lot of MAGA flags and Trump flags out there. And you know what? Washington is a very blue state.
Okay, we got a. I don't know if you folks can hear him, so I'll repeat it. I may sound like an echo here. My producer just said we have an indication that numbers from Davidson County may be imminent. So I'm really going to kind of just stand here again. This is Davidson County. Whenever we get these numbers, that is going to be a very big moment in terms of putting this puzzle together. And again, I think you know it by now. I think you probably knew it before you even turned it on, but I'll say it just in case. This is the Democratic heart of the 7th District of Tennessee. It is a quarter of the city of Nashville. Actually, this might be a good time to there it is. Davidson, early vote. Okay. Woo! Half the vote that we expect out of Davidson County just came in. And you can see it. Look at this. Let me put it up. Let's do the math we keep
just
talking
a cool
about.
70-point lead right there.
If you were watching,
baby.
We said we thought Bain probably wanted to get 80% in Davidson County if she wanted to have a shot at this election. So 38 points was the margin for Kamala Harris, the one blue county in this district. 38 points for Harris. Tonight, that is a 70.5, we'll call it 70-point margin in the early
32-point
in
shift.
Davidson County. Net improvement of 32 points.
Yeah, I already did
for
that.
The Democrats.
Don't show off.
Now, we've been showing you these net improvement numbers county by county. We've shown you some in these red rural areas. You know, it's 23, it's 19, it's 25. I can tell you if you're Democrats, this is, you want your 32-point net improvement to be in Davidson County because it's the most Democratic and it may end up producing the most votes of any of these counties tonight. So I said, when we got that early vote from Davidson County, I was sure that Bain would take the lead, and she certainly did. Now you can see that puts you near 40% of the vote that we expect to be cast in this district is in.
The votes are going to come in kind of piecemeal, but with that much of a difference in the early vote over there in Davidson, she might actually get it.
For Bain over Van Epps. We just got, Adam, we just got something significant. What was it? We got Robertson. Okay. The plot thickens. Robertson County,
give me the
very
comparative.
Republican. Again, about 10% of the district. Van Epps here, you can see. Early vote, Robertson County.
Oh, no.
This was a 51-point margin for Donald Trump last year. What are you looking at there? That's 34. So that's a net shift of 17 points away from the Republicans toward the Democrats. Remember, Democrats' goal overall here is
such a bad night for them, man.
shift. They need to get at least a 22-point shift in this district. So early vote, Robertson County, that's a little bit more encouraging for Republicans than we've seen in some of these other counties. What does that do to the district-wide vote? Okay, that brings it down. That brings the Bain lead down there. You're looking at about 7.4 points. Okay, that's about 5,000, about 5,200 votes, more than 7 points. We have one piece left. Now, we have a very, very small amount of same-day vote that's come in, but basically all you're looking at here is early vote. There's, again, a few precincts. We've taken you through them. It's basically the early vote. So there's one more piece of this to come. It's right down here. Oh, it's right down here in Williamson County. Now, again, this is suburban Nashville, higher income, professional class suburbs, fast growing, and still very Republican. This portion of the district in 2024 went for Donald Trump by 30 points. We said at the start of the night here that if Democrats want to have a chance at the end of the night, they probably want Williamson County to be a single-digit race. So we'll see. This early vote.
I would say, given the information we have right now, the Afton Bain coming, at least getting, like, being down 6 points or more, like, as in Afton Bain doing equal to or better than 6 points down when everything's said and done is basically guaranteed. Real chance of a victory here, though, but it's going to be razor thin.
At all of the early vote together. All of the early vote. And I think that's a very important benchmark, because if Bain is leading with all of the early vote tallied, then the question just becomes,
do early votes skew red or blue like with the presidential? It depends on the area and the context. I don't know. In this specific district, I don't know. It varies, like, state by state. There's a whole bunch of stuff there.
This district. So again, we don't know the timing here. Some of these rural counties may start reporting out their same-day vote in bigger numbers while we wait on Williamson. But if we do get Williamson County here before we start getting the same-day vote elsewhere, you're essentially then, this number, this district-wide number, is basically going to be the early vote. And I think that's an important benchmark for Democrats. If they have any chance of winning in this district, they need to win the early vote. They need to be ahead in just the early vote portion. Then they need to withstand it in the same day, which is a whole other challenge for them potentially. But at a threshold level, Democrats need to be ahead in the early vote. So with Williamson County pending here, and again, we showed you what Williamson looked like in the 2024 presidential election. We've been seeing net improvements for Bain, in the 20, in the Davidson County case, 30-point range with this early vote. So certainly you can expect this early vote when it comes in Williamson County to be probably pretty tight, probably in the single digits for Republicans. If it's a really, really impressive number for Democrats, then Bain would actually win the early vote in Williamson County. And I think she obviously she would want to, but I mean, you start to look at the math here. How many net votes she gains or loses from this early vote it's huge right now, because it gets to that question of how much slippage can she afford on election day. She doesn't just want to win the early vote, by 100 votes, because then if Van Epps is doing, even a speck better in the same day vote than the early vote, he'll win. She wants to win the early vote, and she wants to have a pad that can withstand. Okay, I think we just got another update. Is that right, Adam? A small same day? Okay, did we get some same day there?
Yeah, it's same day.
Okay, so let me call it up on the screen. And again, how many precincts?
64% in? Oh, that's just for Hickman.
4 precincts. What was the early vote in Hickman?
70-28.
Okay, so the early vote in Hickman County was 42 points for Van Epps. We have 4 precincts. 4 so far in Hickman where we've got same day. And this is the aggregate number?
80-19 is the aggregate number.
Okay. So the number of those 4 precincts collectively, it's a 61-point margin for Van Epps. So again, this is a limited number of precincts, but you're seeing it now in 3 different rural counties where we've gotten some precinct reports same day. You're seeing Van Epps running better on the same day, running in this case again significantly better than he did in the early vote. Van Epps won the early vote in Hickman County by 42 points. In these 4 precincts that we've got same day, it's 61 points. So again, when we say Bain wants to win the early vote portion of this district-wide so that she can withstand slippage in the same day vote, that's the kind of dynamic that she has to guard for. So that's why that's so important, because you are seeing it. Certainly you're seeing it. And pardon me, I'm going to take a little bit of water here. It's not TV. I can take a break. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a little bit of water.
I like this guy.
I know the silence is weird, but I need the... Okay. So...
You can also look at the aggregate same day in your spreadsheet, because we got a few more in Wayne.
Oh, okay. But can we compare that to the early?
Not for those same counties, just for the...
Okay, hang on 1 second. Folks, I'm looking at one thing. Again, I don't know if you can hear Adam. He's giving me a little bit of guidance here on the same day vote.
You don't know if we can hear him?
Right, so the precincts I've shown on the air are the only ones we have. Is that right?
We got like 1 more precinct in Wayne and 1 more precinct in Perry.
Okay, and it was the same basic?
Yes, exactly.
So that's 8 to 10 precincts. Okay, so story hasn't changed much. We only have about 8 to 10 precincts so far in this entire district where we've got same day vote. And again, they're from the rural, very Republican portion of it. So that's good news for Epps, certainly. The question for him is, again, is that going to extend to the less sort of core Republican portions of this district? That's one question. The second question is, how much better is he going to have?
Epps is lagging behind by around 10% compared to 2024. Yeah, it's just difficult to know what to make of those numbers, because what we're looking for is relative Democrat overperformance in Davidson County. Like he might underperform relative to 2024 a bit in the rural counties, but where the real votes will count will be over there in Nashville. So we'll see how it goes.
I wish I could wave a magic wand and take a look here at Williamson County, because I think if we get that piece of real estate here in the next, in the next minute or so, I think that's really going to clarify what it is we're looking for with the remainder of the vote. I was hoping I could kind of talk it into lighting up, but it didn't. And so while we wait, I'm going to keep an eye on it, and maybe I'll finish a thought that I was starting when we got the Davidson County numbers, and that is that one other significance, I think, to keep in mind as these results come in, whatever the outcome is tonight, this special election is coming against the backdrop of what? This drama over mid-decade redistricting, the redrawing of maps in all of these different states to try to give one party or the other an advantage in next year's midterm elections. This district, okay, has not been redrawn for 2026, but it is the product of that kind of a politically motivated redraw in this most recent round of redistricting, back heading into the 2022 election. And what I mean is this. Traditionally, I'm talking about going back to the Reconstruction days, post-Civil War. The city of Nashville was unified in one congressional district, and that district was basically an uninterrupted Democratic district. 19th century, 20th century, right up until the year 2022. Democrat Jim Cooper represented the Nashville-based district. The city of Nashville was the anchor of the district, and that had been sort of historically the case. Well, Republicans in Tennessee, redrawing the maps ahead of the 2022 midterms, they basically took the same approach. Put a pin in that. We just got some more vote. What did we get?
Wayne County.
More Wayne. What was the number?
More Wayne.
225 new votes.
Corfu.
Just the cumulative is 8811.
Okay. No real headline, folks. I don't know if you could hear Adam, but again, it's coming. Wayne County, Tennessee, is the king of same-day reporting so far.
I think that more news should be like this. It should just be like two guys in a big room. Just like one guy's on the computer, one guy's on the screen. They're just riffing. That'd be way the fuck better than 99% of the shit that we have to see to get through the news. Feels human? It does. It does feel human.
More than a century, right up to 2022. And what Republicans in Tennessee did in the redraw in 2022 was they said they wanted to, draw more Republican districts. So what would they do? They broke up Nashville and they split it up, portions of Nashville, into different districts. And so that's how this district, which is rural, ex-urban, again, part of this district is even west of the Tennessee River in the West Tennessee, that Grand Division there. They added a quarter of the city of Nashville to it. So the idea Republicans had was, break up that Democratic district based in Nashville, parcels of Nashville into surrounding districts and make all of those districts Republican. So this was a safely Republican. We've been telling you, Trump won it by 22 points. Certainly looked in 2022 and 2024 like that was a fine strategy politically for Republicans. They had no trouble controlling the district. But now, in a potentially changed political climate, with Trump back in the White House, with all of the sort of
great visual for how they cracked Nashville. I hope I'm around when they finally make conservatism illegal. When we acknowledge that, the old meme, I thought America was a country. No, America is actually a settler colonialist project or whatever. Or no, Israel. I thought Israel was a country. No, it'd be like, I thought the Republican Party was a political party. No, it was actually a treasonous insurgent terrorist cell masquerading as a party to use, to use legal processes to do more damage to this country than Al-Qaeda ever could. You're so evil, man. Yeah, what we're really looking for is Davidson County. The U.S. is also a settler colonial project. Yeah, well, it was, right? Now it's not much of a project anymore. The project's pretty much done. But yeah, it was for sure. New York Times are estimating a Republican +3 win. Yeah, that sounds pretty possible. Wait, so this split into 3 didn't happen in there, right? No, it did. Tennessee 7 is this one right here on the left. +3 would be insane. Oh, absolutely. I'm 100% taking that victory. I'm not going to be one of those fucking internet, dopamine deprived individuals who looks at a plus 22 for Republicans turning into a plus 3 for Republicans and then going like, well, it wasn't a win, It would suck if we lost a seat, though. Well, we're not losing the seat. The seat was already Republican, We're just not gaining it.
Democrats were outperforming by 32 points in Davidson County. If they were ever to continue at anything like that level, 32 point overperformance in Davidson County, that would more than wipe out what just happened in the rural part of the district. So again, for Van Epps, that is an encouraging sign. It's an encouraging sign that while there was significant drop-off relative to 2024 in the rural portion of the district, and again, what are we talking about here? We're really kind of talking about this swath right here, the one completed county, and all of the same-day vote that we've seen so far there suggests that Van Epps is doing significantly better in the rural areas in the same-day vote than he did in the election-day vote. But again, you're talking about maybe, this is a big area geographically. It's about 15% of all the votes that are going to be cast in his district. He needs to see something like that, something along those lines happening in this part of the district, too, if he wants to get out of the woods and if he wants to build a big lead here. Meanwhile, the fact that he's doing that in the rural part of the district underscores for Boehne and for the Democrats the importance of continuing when we get same-day vote in Davidson County. Boehne and the Democrats needed to continue.
The margin dropped because several counties are now plus 95% counted. No. Again, what we're looking for here is for same-day votes in Davidson County to be big. Because right now, if everything holds steady, Afton Boehne will not win, We're looking for the remaining votes in Davidson County to be fucking hefty. That's what we're looking for.
County. And again, the same holds true with those rural areas, with Van Epps doing a little bit better same day, doing significantly better same day than early. It underscores for Boehne the need to be able to win here in Montgomery County or get very, very close to it. And again, she leads by 3 points. That is the early vote that you've seen tally there. Question is, what's that going to look like when the same day vote comes in? The other thing that I wanted to look at here, this is a good chance to do it again. In last year's presidential election in this district, more votes came out of Montgomery County than any other county. The second biggest share of votes came out of Davidson County. What does it look like in the early vote? Well, okay, you can do the math here. That's a little bit less than 20,000 votes. Between Boehne, 9,700, Van Epps, 9,100. You're looking at a little bit less than 20,000 votes cast so far in Montgomery County. And then in Davidson County, you're looking at more than 20,000. You're looking at more than 21,000 votes. Okay. Just about 21,000 votes, I should say. There's some third-party candidates here that might. It's about 21,000. So it's about 19,000 versus 21,000. So at least in the early vote, now, unlike 2024, we have higher turnout in Davidson County, the core Democratic area of this district, than we see in Clarksville, it's sort of the swing part of the district. So that's we said that one thing Democrats wanted to see, among others, was the highest turnout coming out of Davidson County. In the early vote, that is the case. We'll see if that continues same day, or did Democrats kind of burn it all out on that early vote. So we'll kind of take a look here. And it looks like what's happened here as I've been talking and waiting on Williamson County. Again, when Williamson County fills in, that 44% in is going to go a lot higher, very quickly here. But I see that the numbers have tightened, and so I'm going to ask my producer Adam, where
was Tennessee gerrymandered recently? I don't know when the redistricting was done. I'm trying to understand the how it was done. I don't know when. Was it 2022? Okay, yeah, pretty recently. Yeah. The map looks like it divided in the Democratic area. The point of where's the post that I had up? Why did I get rid of that? Open it up again. Where is it? Oh, here it is. The point of gerrymandering is cracking and packing. The districts need to be of roughly equal size, right? The idea is that if you have the ability to write the maps or draw the maps, you have the ability to take these very concentrated Democrat-like cities and diffuse them with a bunch of Republican rural votes. And in so doing, you, even if a state is like 40% Democrat, 60% Republican, you can get it so that all 10 of its districts go to Republicans, you know, making sure that everything gets kind of split apart. Cracking and packing, you know. Yes, gerrymandering named after a guy called Gary. That is true. Sorry, stuff is coming in.
Nashville, big population, dense part of this district. And there you can see it. Van Epps, 55, round that to 55. Bain, 44. An 11-point margin for Van Epps in the early vote in Williamson County. 11 points there for the Republican.
As opposed to 30.
30 in 2024.
No, that's very good.
So that is a shift
that's very good.
in the Democrats' favor, away from the Republicans, of 19 points. To be honest, if you're a Democrat and you're looking at this, I think you're disappointed right now. I think you wanted this number to be higher because, again, we have indications here, certainly in the rural part of the district and certainly from past experience, that same-day vote is more Republican, is less Democratic. So this may well be the high watermark for Bain in Williamson County. And it's a high watermark for her in a big part of this district, the suburbs of Nashville. If the high watermark for her is a 19-point net improvement over 2024, that's probably not going to be enough because, again, district-wide, she needs this number to be running at 22 points.
It just comes down to how many people turn out
in the early vote.
in
Davidson. If that 19, as the same-day vote comes in, starts sliding down, 17, 15, 13, that's going to make the idea of Bain winning this, that's going to move that much farther from her grasp, I think, potentially. We were looking at this blank piece of real estate, Williamson County, and I was saying, I think Democrats were hoping that would be, when it lit up with the early vote, a single-digit early vote county. They didn't get that. That's 11 points. I was looking at what happened in Davidson County, where that Democratic performance is so strong in Davidson County, and I was asking myself, did that spill over the border into Williamson County? Was there a scenario where Bain actually won the early vote in Williamson County? If that had happened, I'd be sitting here right now telling you, I think Bain's got a shot to win this thing, but it falls at 11 points. So what does that do district-wide here? That puts Van Epps back in the lead, tenuously, narrowly. We are talking about a margin there of 298 votes right now, separating the two of them. But Van Epps is ahead. All of the early vote in this district is now in. The trend line that we've established, the pattern that we've established in the rural part of this district is that Van Epps is doing better. We're talking 10, 20, maybe more points, net points better in the same-day vote than he did in the early vote. So again, as the second half sort of the results come in, if in the first half this was basically a tie, if in the early vote it was basically a tie in this district between the candidates, at least in this portion of the district, you're certainly seeing Van Epps do better in the second half, in the same day half, and it really then becomes, what are you seeing in the population dense sort of eastern northern part of this district? And I think what that really comes down to, in my mind, is, first of all, this. When we get the same-day vote out of Davidson County, I think now Bain, again, she's winning by 71 points in the early. She's got to keep doing that. She's got to keep doing that. And she needs, we don't know how many people went out and voted in person today in Davidson County. She needs there to be a flood. She needs it to be, because she's got to offset. She's got to offset what I'm talking about elsewhere. And I think now she's got to offset a little bit of a disappointment there in Williamson County. She would also, for that matter, I think, have to hope that Williamson County, that same-day vote in Williamson County, maybe is a little bit surprisingly more Democratic than we would expect based on what we're seeing so far. So I think that the same-day vote that we've gotten so far in the rural parts and that early vote out of Williamson County, certainly I think you'd feel better right now if you're Van Epps and the Republicans than if you're Bain and the Democrats. But we need to see what happens there in Davidson County. And we need to see, again, what happens here in Montgomery County, where we do have, it looks like, some same-day vote.
We have a little bit of same-day vote in Montgomery. We have about 2,500 votes that came in.
Yes.
From, I believe, 6 precincts.
Hang on, do me a favor, Adam. What was the early vote? Remind everybody in Montgomery.
It was 51-48 for Bain.
Uh-huh. And what do we have so far?
And the election day is coming in 51-48 for Van Epps.
Okay. So this is significant, folks. It's about 6 precincts here in Montgomery County, where the city of Clarksville is. Remember, I said this is probably the swing county tonight. Afton Bain, the Democrat, won the early vote here by 3 points. In the 6 precincts that we've got same-day vote from, Matt Van Epps, the Republican, is leading by 3 points. So that's a net shift from a +3 Democrat to a +3 Republican. That's a net shift of 6 points here. So that is Van Epps doing better with the same day than he did with the early. But that's not nearly to the degree he's done better in the rural parts of this district. So that is good news for Van Epps and for the Republicans that he is doing better there with the same day than the early. I think that's overall good news for him. But for Bain, that's the damage there could be worse based on what we've seen elsewhere. But it's still, she needs to win this county. And she needs still to really, really have a massive number come out of Davidson County when you see the same-day vote right there. Because, again, with Van Epps...
I knew this would happen. No matter how insanely good this news is for the Democrats broadly, I knew there's going to be a bunch of people being like, we didn't win! It's fucking over! You know, I'm telling you, it's the dopamine deprivation for a lot of people. It's you need the maximum good result, or it was all worthless.
When you got that Williamson County vote that came in just a few minutes ago, that early vote in Williamson, now as we've gotten some subsequent updates, he's leading in the same-day vote in Montgomery County. He's had bigger margins in the same-day vote in the rural part of the district. And so that lead for Van Epps is starting to tick up as the same day comes in. And I think basically the story that you're looking at right here, depending on the timing, if it does take a while to get the same-day vote out of Davidson County, then I think what you're looking at is this number is just going to continue all through here. Van Epps is going to build a cushion for himself. The question is, how big is that cushion, and are there enough votes left? Are there enough votes left, and is there a big enough margin in Davidson County when that same-day vote comes in for Bain to wipe all of that away? That's a very tall order for her. Now, my producer has something. Adam, what?
We covered our first completed county in Decatur. We also got our second completed county.
Oh, did I mute?
Okay.
I don't remember what I just said.
Okay, this is our second completed county. Again, I think I know where this is going. Adam, what was the? We don't need anymore. We just need to show you. It was 69 points in Perry County. Very, very small, rural here. 69 points for Trump last year. And what do you see here? That's a margin of about 55 points, 76 to 21. So that is a net shift of 14 points. 14 points away from the Republicans towards the Democrats, again, in a small, rural, very Republican county. So we've had...
Keep in mind, we were all talking up shifts of like 8, 10, and 12 in the 2025 elections. You know? So the fact that we're looking here at like, oh, yeah, this deep red county, yeah, it's like 17 points over. These are massive shifts.
Democrats. Excuse me, 14 points to the Democrats. Sorry, I lost my train of thought right there. So those are Democratic shifts. They're smaller than the 22 Democrats need, but that's what we've seen in 2 Republican rural areas. Let's reset this. 55%. 703, so we are where we were a minute ago. And again, yeah, it kind of depends on timing here. You know, if in the next couple minutes, Davidson County reports its same-day vote, then Bain is going to, you know, bolt into a big lead in this tally right here. And the entire story is going to be, can she hang on as the rest of the district fills in? If Davidson takes a while, and Davidson... I think, you know, in the fall, there was about an hour lag between Davidson's early vote and the release of its same-day vote. If we see a lag like that, then the opposite's going to happen. Van Epps is going to open up a big lead here as the rest of the district sends in its final results. And that's what we just got. Where was that from, Adam? I see a big batch just came in.
Williamson.
Okay. So we got... This is not all of it, but this is a big chunk of the same-day vote in Williamson County. Again, suburban Nashville we're talking about right here. And this, again, these numbers, I said when the early vote came in, it was good news for Republicans. This is very good news for Republicans. So this is a 30-point margin in Williamson County. Last year, you can see now with some of the same day in already, Van Epps has it up to 18 points. This is a big piece of real estate right here. And the Democratic gain right now is only 12 points. Remember, in the early vote, it was Adam, what was the early vote?
Only 12 points.
Early vote was 55-44.
Right. So it was 11 points. It was an 11-point margin in the early vote, right? It's now an 18-point margin. So that's how favorable to Van Epps the same-day vote is so far in Williamson County. He won the early vote by 11. He now leads the tally with more early vote to come by 18 points. He's moved that number closer to where Donald Trump was in Williamson County back in 2024. Only a 12-point gap right there. Again, if you're Republicans, that's a very encouraging sign for you. If you're Democrats, you do not like what just happened. You don't like either of the updates you got in Williamson County if you're a Democrat tonight and what that's done. And we just got another update. Where was it, Adam? I see it went to 4,000.
Yeah, we got 2,600 votes in Robertson County.
Yep. Okay, so we're getting same day. Yep. Now tell me, what was the early vote in Robertson?
It was 67-32.
So it was 30. The early vote in Robertson, again, very Republican here, about 10% of the district. It was 35 points for Van Epps in the early vote. What is the current same-day vote?
76-22.
54 points is the margin in the same-day vote in Van Epps' favor. So again, he is building that lead. He led by a sort of underwhelming margin with the early vote, but he is getting what he wants to see in the same-day vote. And now you can see with more same-day to come in Robertson, Van Epps has that margin up to 40 points. What's the margin in 2024 in this district? It was 51. Again, this is now at this point with more votes to come in, and I think you can expect they're probably going to be Republican-friendly votes. Already, Van Epps here is within 11 points of the margin Trump got.
If Wasserman called it for Epps, it's probably over. Yeah, but we'll see how these numbers turn out. I want to see by how much.
It's only half of that in Robertson County with more vote to come. And clearly that is a Republican vote, an even more Republican vote that's coming in with the same day right there. These same day updates for Van Epps have been very good. We kind of expected it in the rural areas, weren't sure what to make of it. What he got in Williamson County same day, that's extremely encouraging for him. What he just got in Robertson County, as encouraging, maybe more encouraging. His margin now opens up to 7,300, which means with about 2/3 of the vote now tallied in this district, he leads this by 7 points overall, 7,300 votes. That means more just came in somewhere. What was the biggest source of votes we just got?
4,000 votes in Montgomery.
We got
Montgomery,
so we
man.
got more from Montgomery. And this is. We said at the outset, the swing county in this district. I said, tell me who wins Montgomery County. You've taken a big step to telling me who wins this district. Afton Bain, the Democrat, won the early vote in Montgomery County. She won it by 3 points. The same day vote has been coming in, and holy smokes, it's a Republican vote, right? Tell me, Adam, what is just the same day vote in Montgomery?
The total cumulative is 61-38.
Okay. So again,
that is a pretty big
won
shift.
the early vote in Montgomery County by 3 points. Now, and we've got a sizable number of precincts here and votes coming in same day in Montgomery County, a much better sense of what that same day vote is. Van Epps is winning the same day vote by 23 points. So it's not just a small difference between the same day and the early. It's a big difference. It's a big Republican-friendly difference here. So again, take a look. 2/3 of the vote in Montgomery County. We called it the swing county in this district at the outset. Let's compare it to what happened in 2024. This was a Trump by 18 points county. Now tonight with more votes coming in, and we just showed you that trend line is very Republican.
Matt Iglesias is trying to blame the left somehow. Blame the left that Afton Bain isn't winning? You all talk too much about the Tennessee 7 race, turned it into high salience, juice turnout, and wrecked Dem's chance sneaking to win. What? Guys, I am a very serious liberal substacker. Yeah, the problem here was you guys got too excited about the election and you were too interested in it. And because you were interested in it, somehow you had lower voter turnout in the election. And that's why we didn't get this win for Afton Bain, a candidate who I would not, by the way, immediately take issue with once she was actually in office.
I'd vote 8,100. Adam, what we got?
We have a few more completed counties, Wayne and Benton.
Okay, so now we've got, again, we're going into sort of the, this is a partial county here, west of the Tennessee River, small, very Republican, very rural, but let's get on the record with it. Donald Trump won this by 65 points last year. We've got all the vote in, we think, in Benton County here. That is a 56-point margin for Matt Van Epps over Afton Bain. That is a net shift there, away from the Republicans towards the Democrats of 9 points. Remember, rule of thumb we've been looking at.
I think many of the people you accuse of being doomer like me are sad because I'm frustrated a good candidate won't be in office. That's fine. Afton Bain's a nice lady. She should be in office, and it seems she won't be, and that is unfortunate. However, a lot of people aren't engaging with things at that level of nuance. For a lot of people, it really is like a it's so over, we're so done, or we're so back kind of thing. And the problem is, for a lot of people, like these, this emotional roller coastering actually prevents them from taking wins as they come, you know? Because they get so set up in their head about, they define what a victory looks like. And it prevents them from understanding and taking advantage of little wins. Like, for example, the fact that we're even having this conversation, right? It's a good night. I feel good about this. Might she have won in a different timeline? Sure. I mean, that's good. I like that. You know, I would prefer that have happened. But again, I just don't want to let, you know, perfect be the enemy of good here.
Certainly in Williamson County and certainly up here in Montgomery County, that's been the story as Van Epps builds this lead now to 8,500
We'll see how Davidson
votes. Goes. 2/3 basically in district-wide here. That's a margin now sitting at basically 8 points. And I want to check, Adam, scream if anything comes in. I'll leave this up, make sure everybody can see it, because we've been saying how important that Davidson vote is. I want to know how much vote is even left in Davidson County. What do we think is left in Davidson? I am checking here. Estimated remaining vote in Davidson. Okay. This is, I want to preface this by saying this is very, very rough math right here. These are rough estimates, but just to give you a sense of it, the margin right now for Van Epps district-wide is 8,500 votes. We've got roughly half the vote in here in Davidson County. We don't know how many votes exactly were cast same day, so this is a rough estimate, but it might be about 21,000 votes. So if you're looking at about 21,000 votes right here, okay, if Bain is winning it, let's say 81-20, okay, that would be about 17,000 to 400. Again, let me take you through what I just did in my head so it's clear to everybody. Bain is leading the early vote 85-14 here in Davidson County. It's pretty clear Republicans are doing a little bit better with the same day than with the early. Now, this is an extremely Democratic county. I don't think Republicans are going to do that much better. So let's say the remaining vote is 80-20 Democratic. Let's say there's about 21,000 votes left in this very Democratic part of the district. What would that translate into? That would be about 17,000 new votes for Bain.
They're already declaring Van Epps win because of the projection? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I would be extremely surprised if Van Epps lost at this point.
Again, these are big ifs, back of the envelope, all this stuff. But just keep in mind, if we say she is going to net an additional 13,000 votes out of Davidson County, what would that do to the deficit she now faces district-wide? Well, there you go. She trails by 8,700 district-wide. If we now dumped in a 13,000 vote plurality for her in Davidson County, she would vault into the lead district-wide by 4,300 votes. Then what would be left? What would be left outside of Davidson County? I'm going to look right here, and I'm going to tell you. We still think, give or take here, this is the most significant, I would say. Yeah, Robertson County. The biggest outstanding source, I think, of...
Isn't the same seat up for election in 2026? Nuts, my friend. Every House seat is up for re-election every 2 years.
Running 69-29 for Van Epps. Give or take, rough back-of-the-envelope calculation here, 7,000 votes remaining in Robertson County. I mean, if Van Epps just wins those 5,000 to 2,000, I think that's a conservative estimate. He nets 3,000 votes. And if he nets 3,000 votes there, we just told you, if Bain were to get what we said out of Nashville and pull ahead by 4,300, with what's left in Robertson County, Van Epps could probably knock this thing down to 1,300. What would be left after that? You'd still be looking at probably more than 10,000 votes in Montgomery County, Clarksville, where we see Van Epps running up the score so far in the same-day vote. And there still remains, there's not much of it left, but I'll just, there still remains probably about 2,000 votes, give or take, in Dixon County, right here. There probably remains, in Cheatham County, it's probably about 3,000 votes left. These are all, they're Republican to start with. And what they're tabulating right now is the election day vote, the same day vote. So what's coming in is not just Republican, it's like super Republican, it's extra Republican. So
that sounds
long
scary.
Way of saying, take a look at this, 65% here. Now we got another update in to pad that Van Epps lead a little bit. I think at this point, obviously you're a Republican, you are feeling great right now. If you're a Democrat, you're probably right now thinking about how can you maybe phrase this as a moral victory, but...
No, well, it's not a moral victory. It's a Trump plus 22 district. Again, this is why framing is so important, I think people got the wrong head on after the 2025 elections where we got some victories. The victory wasn't the issue. It was the margin of victory, or the margin of loss in this case.
50%. When we got the early vote in Davidson County, that took you to half the vote in. We now have 64% in. So what just came in Davidson County was a batch there of that, about 30% of the same-day vote. Here's the key question. What was the early vote?
Big chunk.
In Davidson? 84-14?
In Davidson, it was 85-15.
Okay, it was a 70-point margin for Bain in the early. What is it now in the same day?
72-27.
45. So that is a discouraging sign if you're a Democrat. That's a very encouraging sign if you're a Republican, because we were just going through some math scenarios here about, could Bain get a massive number out of Davidson?
Minus 25% turnout. It's not just about the proportion of the votes. It's how many same-day votes there are in Davidson. The same-day votes are going to run more conservative than the early votes. The question is, are there so many votes waiting to be counted in Davidson County that it overwhelms the disproportionate, the shift in the proportion? You understand?
So again, she needs, she would just basically at this point need there to be a lot more votes overall in Davidson County than we are estimating, because she's still winning it by a big margin. But look, even with that, that's a big chunk of the same day. She's still down 7,400 district wide. In fact, we could play it out based on that.
She lost according to Decision Desk. Wait, okay, I'm gonna lose it. You guys do this to me every time. For one, you're not the first person to say that. For two, might you remember, Decision Desk also called the Katie Wilson loss over here in Seattle. For three, I already know she lost. We're talking about the margins by which she loses. For four, Decision Desk doesn't decide who wins. I take umbrage with your framing.
50 for Van Epps. What is that? That's a difference of 6,800 votes. It's about a 67. Yeah, she would net about 6,800 new votes if that's what we see
Decision
for the rest of Davidson County. About 6,700 more votes. And right now, district-wide, Bain trails by 8,000. So it's just, frankly, it's very hard to see. If you're trying to sketch a scenario here for Bain, I think now we may be moving to that phase where Democrats are thinking about, can they try to sell this as a moral victory? Can they say, look, they made a massive gain here in a Republican plus 22 district?
Not a moral victory.
I think we may be getting to the point where Republicans try to say this was a solid victory for Van Epps that kind of maybe cools the sense that
No, it doesn't. If he wins by 6 points, that's a 14-point shift. It's he's gonna contribute to some negative tendencies with you guys. You guys are gonna get you're gonna get the wrong idea.
Still gonna be outside of Davidson County. You know, I'm just quickly counting up 20, 25, 29, 30. 33. I'm going to say, give or take, there's still going to be about 33,000 votes to come district-wide outside of that. So 33,000 votes additionally outside of Davidson County. There's going to be, you know, probably about 33,000 votes from the rest of the district. Van Epps is cleaning up. He's cleaning up in that same-day vote. So if this isn't just Republican, if this is super Republican vote, Van Epps may have an opportunity here to pad this margin. You know, it's going to take a dent. Whenever the rest of Davidson comes in, this margin is going to take a dent for him. Now, we just got some, what just came in, Adam?
We just got some Humphreys.
Okay. Humphreys County, small, rural Republican just came in, pads the Van Epps margin a little bit right there. Was there a little bit more?
We got 1,000 votes in Robertson a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can, to complete the thought, you could see Van Epps opening this up a little bit. Again, the only place right now left on the map where Democrats are going to be able to cut into this, you know, probably is right there in Davidson County. And we just showed you what we think is probably roughly left to come in Davidson County. Hard to see that being enough to erase this. Or it still looks like it's going to bring Bain a few thousand votes short. And then, you know, she could suffer some real more serious slippage in the rest of this district. So I'm really interested right now to see where the final margin in this thing is going to land. One thing I want to know kind of overall, and I'm going to go into my computer right now, what is the same-day vote?
Republicans cannot afford to spend on every race like they did in this one. What was the spending difference? Actually, what was the spending difference? Not actually sure. I mean, they got Mike Johnson and the president on this one.
This is okay. This is a real. I think this is a dramatic way of. I think this captures it kind of perfectly. What's happened here? Remember
3-to-1-ish, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they 100% cannot keep that up. There's a very. Could we? Is there any like readily available information out there that we could pull from to say if every single House seat shifted 12 points to Democrat, how many seats would Democrats pick up next year? You know, how many purple districts are there? I don't actually know. Would they pick up like 20, 30? If it really is a 12-point shift, around 100, that'd be nice.
It became obvious Matt Van Epps, the Republican nominee for Congress in Tennessee's 7th District, has won the special election to replace Representative Mark Green, the Republican who resigned his seat. Van Epps defeating Democrat Afton Bain, 3/4 of the vote now in. It is an 8-point margin for Van Epps. It may climb still as more votes come in, but this is a district, again, that Donald Trump won by 22 points last year. He won it by 15 points in 2020. It is a district where polling last week, somewhat surprisingly, showed a very close margin of 2 points, a flood of national attention from both parties in the final days of this campaign. And I think it seems pretty clear Republicans talked about waking up their base with that flood of activity in the last week. It certainly seems, based on the performance of Van Epps with Election Day voters, people who went to the polls today and voted, didn't vote early, went today. Van Epps is getting big turnout, it would appear, and massive margins, enough to withstand strong early vote performance from Bain, strong performance, I would say, overperformance from Bain in Davidson County. So again, Matt Van Epps, the winner of Tennessee's 7th special election. Folks, stay tuned if you're still watching, but I got to do an update for News Now. You're going to get to watch that. I got to keep my mouth shut for the...
Okay. They're going to go get his ass? U.S. House elections decided by 5% or less, 2024.
Yeah, Gotti, really interesting. I think one of the things we've seen, as you can see, about 3/4 of the vote is in right now. Matt Van Epps, the Republican, leading by 8 points, about a 10,000 vote margin over Afton Bain. You know, what's interesting about this district is there's a big Democratic area right here. It's the city of Nashville, or it's part of the city of Nashville. And you know what? Afton Bain, the Democrat, did really well here. We're still waiting. There's more votes to come in from there. But this is a massive margin for Bain here. She won. She's leading by 65 points in Davidson County. She got very high turnout in Davidson County. So that was a very encouraging sign for her. But what has happened as this map has filled in tonight is we have seen in rural Republican areas, in more swingy areas, and critically, I think, in the suburbs, the well-to-do suburbs of Williamson County, immediately south of Nashville. I think Van Epps exceeded expectations, and I think he did it with a flood of late interest in this race. One of the things, Gotti...
Guess Mike Johnson and Trump pulled it off. Here, hold on. This is what it would look like if there was a 12-point shift. If there was a consistent 12-point shift across every district in the United States in 2026, Democrats would have 245 seats. Man, even a consistent 6-point shift. Good, but not good enough. 245 seats is pretty good. Let's not get crazy with it, okay? Going from Republicans having a 3-seat lead to Democrats having a 55-seat lead is pretty good. It's not going to be a 12-point shift, of course, but even a 6-point shift would be enough. The Senate is way more interesting for next year. We're going to need a miracle to get the Senate. It's not a good Senate map for us.
Won it by 22 points. Republicans were, I think, kind of panicking a bit last week when polling showed this to be close to a dead-even race. But Van Epps ahead by 8 points. I think there'll be some more Democratic vote to come here out of Davidson County, Nashville. But there's going to be an awful lot more Republican vote. So you may be looking at a margin that finishes somewhere right around what you're looking at. Republicans, I think, Gotti, would love to see that number go high and be able to say double digits. We'll see where it ends up landing.
Why is the Senate not good? Because the seats that are up for re-election in 2026 are either ones where Democrats hold slim margins or hold their seat by a slim margin, or Republicans... Are you just used to cutting to commercial here? Okay. Or it's Republican safe seats.
Where Donald Trump won the district by 22 points. I could wind the clock back farther. It was 16 points. I've been saying 15, but he won it by 16 points in 2020. So you're talking about traditionally, staunchly Republican areas. Again, I think one of the questions coming into tonight was, you know, Democrats want this thing to be, they obviously want to win it, but they want this thing to be a squeaker. They want this thing certainly to be in single digits to say they've got momentum. And I think they can certainly, you know, if this thing were to still land in single digits, they'll make that argument. And there's a lot to be said for that. We're certainly seeing a very motivated Democratic base there. But one thing Republicans have been saying, too, is they think next year, even if there's a difficult political environment for them in the midterms, you know, they think the Democratic Party has a bit of an image problem. You know, some of the folks who sort of have become national faces of the Democratic Party, folks like AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani in New York City, you know, Republicans think they can turn some swing voters against Democrats, you know, tying them to those kinds of candidates, those kinds of positions, and motivating Republican voters to vote against Democrats. There's some evidence, I think, just based, again, on this same-day vote, that Republicans got a lot more interest in the final days of this campaign. I think that's what they're going to talk up coming out of this. But yeah, overall, if this lands at 8 points, Democrats are going to be able to say they made a pretty big stride in a very Republican area.
You also have to consider these results in the context of Republicans outspending Democrats and the Republicans bringing in national leadership, Mike Johnson and Trump. Democrats don't really have any national leadership, you know? We have celebrities like AOC, Bernie Sanders, whatever. There are people on the Democrat side who can be brought in, but they don't have the same kind of like unified base. The same, like here are our guys in power directing national attention. We could, if Jeffries and Schumer weren't fucking terrible. Also, the GOP can't do this in the midterms. No, there's no way to outspend 3-1 on every close House seat, you know, in 2026.
we just got Davidson, didn't we, Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll finish the thought. I know we're a bit all over the place here, but we told you all results.
Davidson!
We just got most now of the results in from Davidson County. Only a small scattering left there in Davidson County. That might be absentee vote. That might be vote by mail. So you can see here the margin for Bain is sitting, that's 80 to 19. That's a 62-point margin for Bain right now. We'll see how that comes in with this final scattering of votes. That's a big number.
Start the steal. Let's
go. This was a 38-point district in 2024. Harris won it by 38. You're looking at 62 right now. That's a net improvement for Bain of 24 points. And we were saying all night, Democrats have that target
just
of 22.
Tuned in what's going on. Afton Bain is about to break Van Epps' back.
Again, this being the most Democratic part of the county, to only get barely over 22 there, they needed more. Believe it or not, you're looking at numbers like that, and they needed more. And if they weren't going to get more there, they needed more elsewhere in the district. And I think the biggest disappointments for Democrats on the map tonight, right here, the suburbs, Williamson County, the votes continue to come in. It's getting more and more Republican as those votes come in. Also up here in Montgomery County, where Clarksville is, again, we still got a quarter of the vote to come here. That same day vote is favoring Van Epps. We said at the start of the night, this is one Democrats to have a shot wanted to win. And then just in the same day turnout, the election day turnout.
Boozer here. Do you think this makes Indiana lawmakers think about breaking up Andre Carson's seat into 4 separate Republican districts? Didn't Indiana already give up on their redistricting, or am I thinking of a different? No, Indiana, they're still going forward with it. Yeah, what you're talking about is dummy mandering, which is you redistrict, you gerrymander with the intention of securing a Republican plus 10 in each of the districts, breaking up the Democrat voters. But if overall the country shifts like plus 12 Democrat, now, congratulations, you fucking moron. You've just handed the Democrats 4 close wins.
Tonight, is it going to be 8 points, 9 points? Could it get to 10 points? I think there's a sort of a psychological question there. Republicans would love to get this to double digits, to say it's double digits. But what I was saying there a second ago before we kind of got diverted by Davidson was, I guess there's 2 ways of looking at this. I think there's that sort of big picture, global way of looking at it, that this is how Democrats want to talk about it. They're going to look at this and they're going to say Donald Trump won it by 22. Let's say it were to end at 8 points tonight. Bain brings it down to single digits, gets a 14-point net improvement in a deeply Republican area. That spells trouble. Typically, that's the kind of a special election movement away from the president's party that has spelled trouble in midterm elections before. So they will say, well, it's not a win for Bain. While it wasn't necessarily a squeaker, it was double-digit improvement in a very Republican.
Here's the proposed map. Dude, Republicans are so fucking evil, okay? Look at this. In Indiana. This is the proposed map. I wonder where the tight concentration of Democratic voters is. Thinking about it too hard makes my tummy hurt. Let's take a look at the map. Oh, yeah. Phenomenal. They're so fucking evil, dude. We do love Gary.
With this race at only 2 points. And I think there was talk that, I think everybody in both parties acknowledged it was a long shot. It was a long shot that Bain would actually win this. But I think there was a thought that this thing was going to get, seriously turned into a squeaker. Bain may have a chance there, an outside chance to win it. And what I'm seeing in the same day vote here is I think we saw higher same day turnout maybe than we were expecting. And I think we saw that same day turnout more Republican, especially in places like Williamson County, than we were expecting as well. And so one thing that I'm thinking about there is, is there a story there for Republicans as well that they may take away from this about how to wake up their base? How to maybe win over some swing voters. They thought that Bain as a candidate was a very ripe target. And they're going to try to, a lot of the attacks they made against Bain are attacks they want to make against the National Democratic Party, and they want to use in districts around the country next year. So, did they see in this final week, wake up, look at a close race, maybe a depressed Republican base?
A bunch of GOP lawmakers have been swatted in Indiana for not supporting the redistricting. Didn't one of the Indiana lawmakers say they didn't support the redistricting because he was literally like, Trump recently made fun of retarded people and my kid has Down syndrome or whatever. That's crazy. Did you not catch the drift earlier? I hate self-interested people so fucking much, dude. It sounds noble in the face value. Like, how dare you, you know, mock the group my son belongs to? It's like, well, what the fuck? You don't believe in anything until it affects you. It's not even affecting you here. Stupid pride thing. Like, you already knew Trump and all Republicans are ableist. Are you fucking joking? Did you think they weren't ableist? I'm ableist. And they're less woke than me. How could you possibly... What? Like, who are you fooling with this? Up until this point, I thought that Trump had shown nothing but respect for disabled people. We literally have an article on... what was that? It was the article with was it people in wheelchairs? Somebody wanted to talk to Trump about disabled people and what could be done for them, and Trump essentially just said, "Why don't we just kill them all?" Yeah, it was Trump's nephew or something like that, or his nephew-in-law or something like that. He was really interested in talking to the president about a proposal to direct federal funds to assist disabled people, and Trump was essentially like, it sucks to live like that. Why don't we just kill him?
Thank you for joining us.
There was the reporter thing too. Yeah, that one's a vintage meme. I want to see how the final chunk of votes turns out, so I'm going to stick around with this. That big chunk, this is what I was talking about. It was looking like things were going to shift to the point where maybe it was Van Epps plus 12, but then a big fucking dump of Davidson votes came in, and now we're at like fucking plus 4, you know? I want to see. I want to see how close the margins are. Huh? What? I'm not done. No, I have to talk, but I have a cough. I have a cough. The Wood Towers video is goated.
New and innovative material that some say could revolutionize the way we build. It's wood. Yes, it's part of an emerging trend. Big buildings, sometimes even...
You guys ever think about how wood is insane and maybe God is real? Yeah, here's this building material. There's a billion variations of it. It grows on its own. You don't have to do shit. It's incredibly strong. It can be shaped easily. You can use steam to press it into place. There's a bajillion beautiful things you can do with it. It has unique properties that you won't get from any artificial materials. It's like there's a bunch of shit that makes it really good for building. And it's for free, and it's everywhere all the time. And it's really huge. It's pretty cool. Bamboo? Well, bamboo is also wood.
Skyscrapers are increasingly being built out of wood, and this is partially being made possible because of a new construction method called mass timber, which joins multiple layers of lumber together to create stronger and more fire-resistant building parts.
Isn't that just plywood?
And that allows you to build a taller wood building. Now, you might be wondering, why does that matter? Well, this could be a way to build with fewer carbon emissions with a renewable resource, and a way to mass produce buildings in a factory, which could be a more affordable way to build housing in general. But like any new building technology, a lot of questions and challenges remain around how to actually design with mass timber.
Plywood uses veneer? No, you're thinking of particle board. Plywood doesn't use veneer. Plywood's usually just used for like construction or whatever. Particle board is the one that has the veneer.
And make it more widespread. And that ended up being the perfect setup for a competition.
No, plywood is made with wood chips and glue. No, plywood is when you take a board and you shave it, you cut it real thin, and then you stack it and glue them together with the grains at 90-degree angles. So you stack it together. It can be both. I thought particle board was the wood chips and glue one, like the IKEA shit. That's particle board. There's MDF, OSB, and plywood. I think I'm correct, and I'm generally correct. Spiritually, I'm correct. It came to me in a dream, and people are getting mad at me for my good opinions and fat cock, and I'm getting sick of it.
Earlier this year, Urbanarium hosted a Zealand, South Africa, and Factory First panels, and then repeats that simple system again and again, use triangular connections to improve the stability of the building, and essentially create timber Toblerones. Another called First Society's Soft City Living, creating twice as much floor space with the same number of pods. And System Econ...
Who's the YouTuber who made a video recently on buildings facing and caulking? How caulking destroyed, like silicone insulation, how it destroyed beautiful buildings? Was it caulking or was it the sealant? Grout? Not grout. Who was the guy?
Stacks pods onto a mega frame made of mass timber to create the tallest submission at 42 stories. Now, one advantage of the volumetric approach is that you can build more than just the structure to create something a bit more interesting than spaces. Fight the simplicity.
It's all 3D renders. Wasn't I covering an election? %93 of the votes in. And right now, he's only 3.5, 2.5. He's only 5 points up. No, 6 points up. I'm stupid. 6 points up. It's so Jover. Isn't this the margin I call? Didn't earlier I say, like, I think I would like it if he won by less than 6 points? His lead might grow, though. What's the estimated final vote count, according to the New York Times? What are they suggesting? Our latest estimate for this race, 7.2. So they're thinking he's going to pick up an additional point, which, yeah, that could be true for sure. Look at the arrows. Davidson County, 25 points more Democratic than in 2024. Dixon, 12 points more. Houston County, 12 points more. Humphreys County, 12 points more. Hickman, 8 points more. Humphrey, 8. Benton, 9. Perry County, 15. Decatur County, Decatur, 9.3 points more. Decatur. I'm hoping for a blue sweep in 2026. Right now, it's looking pretty much guaranteed that the Democrats take the House in 2026. By a decent margin, too. My fear of Republicans ending electoral democracy has dampened quite a bit lately, mostly because I just don't think they're competent enough to do that. Every day we get a new thing from the White House, you know. Trump's up there Sieg Heiling and saying, we're going to do it this time for real. And then a week passes and nothing changes and it's embarrassing. I don't think they're going to. I think they want to, and I think they're going to try to deploy the National Guard domestically in an effort to stifle votes and have people like ICE officers are going to be patrolling voting locations or whatever. 100%. I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off well enough to change what's happening. Then again, if they deploy ICE aggressively only in swing districts and just focus on depressing votes in the right place, we'll see. There's not enough ICE agents? Yeah, and they're having trouble keeping people on board, too. That might have the opposite effect. Yeah, also keep in mind, ICE agents aren't the only people at voting locations. There are also regular cops. And I have a feeling that would be so... Like, the optics on that are so fucking bad, dude, you know? A bunch of these fucking ICE thug pieces of shit, masks on, like patrolling around the voting stations in only like swing districts and menacing people. We'll see. We're really saved by their incompetence. God damn, man. The 25-point swing in Davidson, to me, that's the huge dub here. We can assume that it's a similar swing in the other, like in the rest of Nashville, or at least like comparable, you know? So these other districts as well, blue cities in general, we'll see. We'll see. I'm very happy with this outcome. It would have been nice if she'd won, of course, but I'm not gonna, you know, it's not a moral victory as our man, you know, repeatedly sort of misframed. The battle continues. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Masaigu, the suburbs here went Republican, but that makes sense to me. Newly constructed suburbs, the kind that you see outside of like Phoenix, tend to be pretty Republican because you've got like you've got these dipshit wannabe like trad husbands and trad wives securing a, you know, 50-year mortgage on a McMansion. Yeah, they're all like ready to get it. They're all car brain. They don't care about society. They want to get away from black and brown people. They buy these poorly constructed, identical suburban houses, you know, that kind of stuff. But the older a suburb is and the more developed it actually gets, the more likely it is to not be so Hitlerite. Davidson County is suburban. It goes to downtown Nashville, doesn't it? I thought the suburban one was Williamson over here. Williamson and Chatham County are the ones that have kind of the suburban wing out from Nashville. But this includes core Nashville right here. Like New York suburbs? New York City suburbs? I don't know. New York City's so complicated. More than 95% of the votes in. Nashville's the only redeeming thing in Tennessee. I went there once for that one conference, and I have to say I had a good time. Hey, since I have a lot of people here and I'm proud of my outfit and my glow up, can I show the wedding photo again? Again, not my wedding, went to a friend's wedding. Since we're mentioning Nashville, I got my very expensive Alden dress shoes when I got them in a hurry when I went over to Nashville for the Libertarian Conference. Hold on. I have to like Google search myself. Vosh Nashville suit. Yeah, look at this. Look at the shift in so many ways. See, the sartorial expertise, it does come around, you know? You can apply these skills. That's crazy. I still have this belt. Ew. Okay, you can't say ew, okay? You have to celebrate the shift. You can't say ew though, because that's indecent. The hair wasn't great. There were a few things wrong, for sure. Not showing the shoes is fucking criminal. Oh yeah, I guess they're not in the photo. I mean, I have them right here. Oh, that's not them. Oh, shit. I don't have them. I lent them to a similarly foot-sized friend. If they don't match the belt, they match the belt. Without being mean, if you try to remember back in the moment, did you think you looked good? I don't really think I thought about it that much back then, you know? Like, I think that's the thing. Because, okay, it's all fucking relative, because people glazed the fuck out of me for how I dressed when I went over to DC with Destiny for that one event where we talked to Ro Khanna. But to my eye now, my outfit's really bad. So it's all like it's a relative thing. You know? Unfortunately, that's the problem with like developing a taste. The first victim of a developed taste is yourself. And also like the only victim, you know? Well, one might argue that like there's bliss in ignorance, you know? The more you learn about how the sleeves are supposed to be proportioned to the tie, the more reason you have to get upset with yourself. But it's a fun learning process. Hey, Sunshine. How you doing? I'm going to see you later. You raised the bar at that fit, though, for sure. Sure, but it's a relative thing, I think. Why is your shirt collar over your jacket collar? I don't know what I was doing. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. What do you think of Ro Khanna running in the 2020 election? Ro Khanna has been accumulating a lot of good boy points. There's no denying this. And money. And money. And money. Yeah, for sure. He has so much money. Do you mean money in terms of like raised for future campaigns, or do you mean money in terms of like he has just been leveraging his adjacency to Silicon Valley to personally make a bunch of money? Both. He's been saving all of his contributions for something? God damn. Well, here, wait, hold on. I can't show off shoes, but I did want to show this. My ties. I've never gotten rid of any, so some of these are pretty ancient. But I love this tweed tie that I got off eBay from the fine people over at Miller's in Ireland. Isn't that really pretty? The depth of color. And this is an old Brooks Brothers tie. It's not really organized. I mean, it's a tie rack, you know. Need yourself some more rep stripe ties? No, for sure, for sure. You seem to really suit the autumn colors. Yeah. What does a bad tie look like? Well, a tie should probably be made out of wool or silk. A lot of modern ties are made out of polyester, so you're not going to get the right. Chips ties are pretty fun with the dogs in them. Yeah, chip ties can be pretty great. What's your take on monochromatic ties versus stripe pattern? Just depends on what you're doing. Just depends on what you're doing, you know? I've always wanted to have a nice hand-rolled tie, like a 7-point roll, something with a lot of heft to it. Those are expensive, like $300, but the whole thing is hand-stitched, and it's much heavier at the base of the tie, so it drapes better. But I don't wear suits often enough. Afton Bain's probably going to immediately announce she's challenging the seat for November. Nice. You already talk about the election? Yes. Suits are not that comfortable? I've got bad news, my friend. They're actually, like, super comfortable. If they're good suits. The election season never ends, yeah. All right. I'm sorry for, I've been doing this a lot lately, but honest to God, I'm fighting for my life over here. I have to skedaddle. I'll read donations tomorrow. I apologize for skedaddling in a quick fashion, but I'm just trying not to cough over here, man. I'm just trying not to cough. See a doctor for your cough? I know what's wrong with me. It's a sensitivity at the base of my throat, a hypersensitivity, which is caused by agitation from stomach acid, which is reacting negatively to the food that I eat and sucking too much cock. So if I eat better, my stomach acid is less upset with me, which means the base of my throat, yes, it's an acid reflux thing, which means the base of my throat doesn't get hit with, fire quite as often. And then the hypersensitivity disappears. And suck less cock. We'll see what we can do about that. All right. Wait, is it unironically dicks? I appreciate your confidence in my ability to suck cock, but when I say base of the throat, I mean here. So unless you think I'm hanging out with some people rocking like 9-inchers and I can take that, look, I've probably made eye contact on the street with somebody who is at least that big, but if I got to know them, I'm just letting you guys know. And I'm sorry to disappoint people who are interested, but you're not getting the whole thing used. I'm sorry. Not even close. Not even remotely close. God bless the people who can. Trump could do that, I bet. Trump is the Glizz King. Yeah. Wait, is 9 inches big? Nah, 9 inches is about average. All right. Everyone take care. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll read donos tomorrow. I apologize for not doing so tonight. It's just I hate you. I love you very much. Have a wonderful evening.